Hello, everyone, and welcome to Riga, Latvia, the 2024 ISU Junior Grand Prix Series. I'm your host, Ted Barton, along with my friend and colleague, Mark Hanratty. Now, Mark, you were commentating last year at the World Championships in Montreal. Just a comment.
Well, the Canadian skating fans are so supportive, and what a fantastic event that it was. And in the women's competition, Kaori Sakamoto became the first woman to win 3 repeat successive World Championships since Peggy Fleming back in the 1960s. And now, in the junior event that we're at here, Mao Shimada could be the first woman to win 3 World Junior titles consecutively, which would be history-making.
Now, this Junior Grand Prix Series brings some new projects for you and for us as well. We'll have some guest commentators joining us throughout the series, as well as some special interviews with past skating stars. Now, the women's short program coming up in just a few moments. What can we expect?
We've got some different rule changes and some different age restrictions as well, so lots to dig in and delve into over the next 7 weeks.
New faces and some past champions, and it all starts right now when the women's short program takes to the ice, which begins right now. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Riga, Latvia, as we fly over the Volvo Sports Center. We look at the old town here in Riga. Such a beautiful, beautiful location. Live inside the building here, the Volvo Sports Center. I'm your host, Ed Barton, along with Mark Hanratty. Mark, so good. It's been a year now. It's so good to have you back, and we're actually at the rink together.
Yes, not separated by oceans apart. Really excited to enjoy the start of the Junior Grand Prix and hopeful that this will be a wondrous 7 weeks of amazing skating and lots of celebration of all the hard work of these athletes and their teams.
Now, as we take a look at the first group of women on the ice, we've got 7 weeks, as you were mentioning. We have some special projects. We talked about that in the opening, where we'll have some guest commentators. That is really exciting.
I cannot wait, and we've already been chatting to some of them, and they will be able to provide wonderful contributions, people that have an absolute wealth of experience and passion.
Well, let's talk actually next week. Our first guest commentator is...
well, none other than the great Mr. Jason Brown.
Jason Brown. You will not want to miss that. As we take a look at the officials for this event, we thank them for all the time that they spend in their training and learning, their whole lifetime of dedication to the sport of figure skating. We thank them really as we take a look at the technical panel here as well. Now, Jason Brown, I mean, amazing. That's going to be a lot of fun for us as well.
Oh, just such a treat. And, you know, Jason, known as one of the most popular skaters on the circuit, and such a warm, empathic, supportive type of energy that he, I'm sure, will bring as he watches with us some of these junior skaters. And after Jason, we have some other amazing contributions, and I just think it's wonderful that there's, in this process of bringing other contributors in, chance to recognize the family of skaters.
Yeah, we've got a really good lineup for that, as well as some interviews with past famous skaters, past champions, and that will be interesting, and some other folks as well, some coaches. So I think that you're going to enjoy the content through this year. ISU's had a great initiative to sort of revamp a little bit and provide some more interesting topics. Also, we're doing a basics of skating for those fans out there that don't know much about skating, that this is new. They watching from around the world. They've never maybe been in a rink. They've never skated. There's the starting order for the event. And so they're really, really basic ones, but we hope we had some fun with that as well.
Yeah, looking forward to sharing that. And as we see the continuation of this starting order, confirmation that there'll be 37 women competing from 32 different skating nations.
And for us, that's a bit of a smaller entry. I mean, last year I think in Gdansk we had 48 or 49. I don't know that we've ever had 50, but we come pretty close.
I think my first year with you there was maybe a 51.
Oh, 51. Those are long events. I think this is a 5-hour event, is it?
Yep, 5 hours. 5 hours of entertainment and 5 hours of brilliant skating and a random draw. So we're going to be entertained by a whole host of different standards throughout the event.
Let's talk about that a little bit. That we've seen Lena Godina there at number 35. Watched her in the practice session. Absolutely brilliant. But we've seen some other skaters we didn't know. They're new. There's a large group that are brand new, so we don't have a lot of their history. We'll see them compete here, but some really, really good skating, at least in practice.
Yes, brilliant skating. And I think we've talked about how perhaps as a surprise that we're being treated to see the two-time and reigning junior world champion Mao Shimada at this first stop on the Junior Grand Prix circuit this year. And she not only competing at the first of the 7 stops, but she is in this first group as well.
Really interesting. Yeah, 3 times. I think in the past, because the age was a little bit, the age restriction is a little bit different, so people would stay in juniors for maybe 2 years, max 3 years, depends on when they started. If they're at the top of juniors, they move into seniors relatively quickly. That's not the case now, and Mao is having to stay here. This is her 3rd year.
Yes, and we've seen when we're looking through the history books, we've seen other women who have gone on to win 2 junior world titles, more recently Alexandra Trusova, and now nobody has won the junior world title 3 times. Now, very early stage of the season, so it's no guarantee of it, but it would be, I'm sure, heavily fixated on the goals and aspirations of the year for Mao Shimada and her team to repeat yet again as we see her on screen.
Well, one thing at a time, and this is the first step in this season, the short program here in Riga, and it has to be exhausting with a skater of this level, really senior level in technical abilities, to be, in juniors again.
And for much of last season, Mao Shimada's scores were the highest on both the junior and the senior circuit. And so as we have said over the last couple of years, certainly while I've been joining you, Ted, on this Junior Grand Prix circuit, that we get to enjoy and experiencing skaters from a variety of different nations with a whole host of different focuses and approaches and experiences coming into it. What Mao Shimada brings into this event this season is unlike anybody else ever has, insofar as she would be attempting to defend a 3rd Junior Grand Prix final.
Exactly. Just less than a minute now. We're going to get used to all the buttons we have to push here, so we hope we don't make too many mistakes. So hopefully we have the patience of the audience from around the world. We thank you for joining us. We hope that you'll follow us all the way through the 7 weeks as we move to Ostrava next week. But we get started here in Riga with the women's short program. And looking forward to this. Always enjoy the juniors. It's been my passion for 11 years now. This is your 3rd season, and it's a lot of fun working with you.
Yeah, and again, just wonderful to be able to share a little bit about the athletes, and gratitude to all of the athletes that have allowed us to share or shared with us some of their own personal stories, and we hope to be able to regale and retell those that are enjoying this broadcast.
Yeah, we have lots of information coming up. We get started right now on the Junior Grand Prix 2024 here in Riga.
Just chatting to this skater just before the event, and she seemed so calm and so beautifully well spoken.
Yeah. 18-year-old Serena Ius from Italy. This is her 2nd Junior Grand Prix season. She is the senior national Italian champion. Had a great season last year. 6th at European, 7th at Junior Worlds. 63.59, her personal best in the short.
Well, for those that know Serena Hughes, it's no surprise, given the success that she had last season, that we've started this women's short program on the first stop of the Junior Grand Prix this year with such a brilliant performance. She was as high as 6th at the European Championships in the senior category last year, and coming out here with that opening triple lutz, triple toe demonstration that she's continuing that quality into this new season.
Beautiful flexibility in her back. You saw that in the step sequence as well as the spins, of course. And we'll take a look at some of the landings, maybe a little under on the last jump pass. We'll take a look at that in just a second. She puts her guards on and go to the kiss and cry, and look at the beautiful flexibility. Here's a look at the triple lutz, nice and tight in the air. Looks pretty good on the landing, all the way to the triple toe loop. A quarter on the landing of the triple toe loop, and a quarter on the double axel as well. Here's the triple flip a little bit later in the program. Watch all the way around. This came in as all the way around, and that's been verified by the judging panel. Level 3 in the step sequence, the spins are 4. As you see, great flexibility.
And so well trained, taught by Linda Van Troyen and Sindra Kreisa and Lorenzo Magri. Great team. And in addition, she described her collaboration with Eduardo de Bernardi, her choreographer, as an honor for her to work with them. And I really sense, just in chatting to her today, the appreciation that she has for skating, for the sport, and for those that she's working with, just oozed a real refinement and maturity. It was a pleasure to chat with her.
Well, certainly some wonderful qualities to develop here in junior. Moving up into senior, a little bit more speed, of course, and a little bit bigger jumps. That usually matures naturally from a junior moving into senior with more experience. Yeah,
I think definitely the speed perhaps a little bit lacking, but you could argue being first to open the event, there would be some caution and hesitation.
Yeah. Her personal best, 63.59. We'll see where this first score of the season.
Yeah.
For the ISU events. And we're just still waiting for that. Judges' scores are all in here.
Serena's sister, Noemi, will compete in Bangkok as well. So I'm sure she's watching at home, still training hard in anticipation of her event too. Great support for each other.
I look forward to seeing her there. 56.69 for Serena. First skater out in this event. The next competitor represents Thailand, Kitakarn Tamsiri Unun, 17 years old. This is Kitakarn's first Junior Grand Prix season. She was 9th this season already at the Thailand Open. She's coached by Alex Kam. And skating to love is a losing game.
The second skater to compete, Kira Karen, completes her short program, and a skater coming into this event with a different level of experience to Serena Hughes, the opening skater, struggling a little bit with the combination and some of the other elements within this short program.
Yeah, we saw that in the warm-up. You know, triple soud, double toe loop is her jump combination. She unfortunately just froze on that takeoff and popped it to a single-single. That's very costly from a point perspective. Had some nice moves, some nice work in the step sequence, of course, and some pretty good spins as well as we take a look at the opening moves here. And here's the double axel, a little bit of an over rotation and having to step out. That'll be a reduction in the GOE, the quality score, of course. There's the pop, single sauerkraut, single toe loop. That would be a little frustrating.
And she fell on that attempt at the triple sauerkraut at the Thailand Open, and that's the stage of development that she's had. Sometimes as a pop, sometimes as a fall, all in the pursuit of the clean triple jump, which will be intended. Just a double flip, though, has to be double or triple flip for the juniors this year.
Good speed on this layback, a little traveling. That'll reduce the GOE score, of course. And just a little slow near the end, but getting through the program. She's not competing, as you said, mentioned, in Bangkok.
No, she's down as a substitute for some of the other junior Grand Prix. She'll have to wait to see if that comes to materialize. She's a substitute for Turkey and Gdansk in Poland. But just being here, she's competed in Bangkok a couple of times already internationally. But this experience here in Riga will be a huge opportunity for learning and evolution, and just being in the same practice group as she's been with the likes of Serena and Mao Shimada, who will compete later in this group, will be such a learning curve and opportunity.
Sitting there with Coach Alex Cam, sort of reviewing that. Let's take a look at the score. Of course, this will be significantly lower than what she's had in the past with that popped combination. 30.55 for Kittakaran. And that'll put Gurney obviously into second place.
Nice to see that reaction, applauding the judges.
Yeah, totally. Our next competitor represents Mexico, Katena Gonzalez, 17 years old, and her first Junior Grand Prix event, coached by Roman Serov and choreographed by Benoit Richaud and Nina Petenko. Skating to And Just Like That.
Cayetana Gonzalez competing here for Mexico. And you can see from the opening movements of her short program, a very elegant and classy skater who has had in domestic events in the States as high as a 50-point score in the short program, but unfortunately jumping passes are so heavily valued and weighted with scores and not successful today.
This is so early on in the season. We saw them very loose and fine in the practice sessions, but under competition. We're in August still here. We see the double flip. It's in as a attempted triple flip in her sheet, but she backed it down, of course. Nice spinner, really good positions, good speed, good, well centered. Again, intended to be a double axel, popped it to a single in the layback here, so kind of just went downhill.
Yeah, and there's no value assigned to that. It has to be a double axel at this event, and so there's nothing that the judges can do or the tech panel can do to help in regards to the scores. But that said, although this obviously wasn't the skate that Cayetana was hoping for, we can see within the step sequence there is a refinement to her movement. There is an elegance to the way in which Cayetana skates, and you can see good use of some of the new rule changes and criteria for the spin as well.
Yeah, very comfortable in spins and very well performed, great positions, good speed, and she translates that into jumps and improves the quality of that and delivers them. Then you're dealing with that 50-point round that you talked about a little earlier in the season that she earned that in the States.
And Cayetana did acknowledge when I asked, is there anything that you'd like us to mention? She said, just quite honestly, it's my first Junior Grand Prix and I am feeling nervous. And
yeah.
We hear that, we comprehend that, and that's totally understandable, and you can see an obvious disappointment, which too is understandable, but all of these are huge opportunities for learning and growth moving forward.
You don't know it because no one believes that something negative is actually positive in the future.
Yes.
It's always hard to understand that at the time. Let's take a look at the scores for Cayetana. 30.75, and that will put her currently into second place. And we may see this throughout the event. Skaters being a little bit tight. It's the first part of the season, and we'll see what happens to 37 women in the short program here today. Our next competitor represents Norway. Oda Havgar, 19 years old, and this is her second Junior Grand Prix season. She is the junior champion of Norway. She's competed at the Junior World Championships in 2023. 39.47, her personal best in the short.
Oda Havgar, the 18-year-old born in Oslo. Another skater struggling with some of the jumping passes where she has had more success in other events. That said, some lovely touches, and within the step sequence for me there was a toe step and a skid that was so perfectly positioned on music, and that moment not lost on me. But unfortunately, as we've seen before, the jumping passes so very weighted in terms of the success of the result for the skater.
Yeah, we're going to show some of the step sequence. Here's a look at the triple Salchow on a lean, really forward, and had to land on 2 feet and too far forward on the blades. Double axel didn't get up high enough, under rotated, has to take the fall. Freely didn't get back, but Mark, here's some nice moves.
Yeah, great movement within the step sequence, using that as an attempt to get the feature. Very challenging to get level 4 in the step sequence. And this season there are some changes in the criteria for the skaters with regards to the spins, but that landing the double flip, there was such open posture within it. Really nice.
Now, we were talking about how difficult it is to go from back inside camel to forward outside. What is the weight shift on that?
So challenging to push the hips forward, to change from the back inside onto the forward outside camel, and we will be more likely to see that feature this year because the skaters are restricted to just 2 variations in each spin. We're probably more likely to see more use of other features like that change of edge within a spin. I love the fact that Oda, despite the disappointment, is still looking positive and remaining buoyant.
I think the coaches do a pretty good job now at putting in perspective a whole career. You're going to have some tough performances. Let's take a look at the scores for Oda. 36.12, and that will put her currently into second place here in the first group. And there is a look at your first four skaters of this event. We get the current junior world champion is up next, Mao Shimada, 15 years old, third junior Grand Prix season, identical records in the past 2 seasons, winning junior national championships, taking the bronze in seniors, and 2 back-to-back world junior championships, maybe going for a third this season. She's coached by Mia Hamada. 73.78, big score, personal best last season in Osaka.
Well, that trademark spin at the end to conclude a clean short program for Mao Shimada.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the practice sessions. We're here watching practice and competition. The transformation from this young woman in practice to this was simply brilliant. She looked a little bit tired, perhaps from the travel or whatever, and maybe a little uninterested. I don't know, because it's her third season. But boy, when the lights come on and the music starts, she shines.
Absolutely, and interesting to know that she met with the lead from the Wicked show currently in Tokyo for inspiration, and you did see a little bit of a glimmer into a greater performance ability and a little bit more facial expression, and that I'm sure something that has been a fixation for the team.
Choreography by the great Laurie Nickel and Caitlin Weaver working with her this season as we take a look at some of the opening moves. The double axel, nice flow.
Yeah, gorgeous free leg position on the extension.
Good flow on that as well. Here's the triplets. Gets free leg back quickly. A little bit more height than the triple toe loop. Clears it nicely.
And here we see just a little touch of a bit more energy and conviction and commitment to some of this, as you can see here. So perfectly phrased with the music in this choreo by Caitlin. And Caitlin said that she was really wanting to help her show her personality to the world this year, and said that may be Mao's greatest challenge, not letting us really see her, not just the perfect athlete that she is. And that's what we assume will be the thing that develops, because technically she is one of the strongest in the world.
What a true champion. She knows that competition is competition, and that's a different level of which she has always rose to.
And as we talked about, such a different approach it must be for this athlete. We've seen other athletes much less experienced in their skating education. Mao, right up there, different focus this year.
71.67. It's not her personal best, but that is a great score on her first short program of this season. Mao Shimada from Japan. Outstanding start.
Making a statement early on in the competition.
Yeah. We have some other really good skaters coming up. There's no question of that. We'll see how they measure up against this. But this is a two-time world champion. You don't get much better. As we take a look at the second group taking to the ice for their 6-minute warm-up.
And we've seen already with some of the other skaters, as we see the starting order for this group, it is so challenging to maintain a level of consistency with triple jumps when managing and juggling and education and just life of being a teenager, and Mao being able to maintain some level of consistency third season on, particularly impressive.
And it's interesting, the athletes or the federations will have the choice of where they send their athletes. We were both a little surprised that Mao showed up here in the week one.
Yeah, and it could be that that's happened because her training mate Akira Kushida is here too, under the same coaching staff, and
we were impressed with the girl.
Oh, really looking forward to seeing the choreography of Akira Kushida, who I think is in the last group. So, but that's so often the case for the Japanese skaters, as we see double axels being warmed up here, to juggle the other students that their coaches have and the international allocations that they've all got, and it can be such a logistical nightmare, I imagine, for the likes of the Japanese Skating Federation, where they have so many athletes to send out, many of whom share the same coaching staffs, and it's really a jigsaw puzzle that many have to try to piece together to be able to help support the skaters at various different events around the world.
Pacing the athletes, the coaches have to pace the athletes throughout the season so that they actually, kind of peak at the most important. That was a peak already, right? How does it get better? Well, certainly some more detail perhaps, but what an outstanding start to the season for Mao.
And now, there weren't that many short program performances that posted a score over 70 on either the junior or the senior ranks last year. So, and that also, we can't underestimate what that does for the other women competing here, because for some of them, as we've talked about in previous seasons, they don't have access to that level of quality in their local training base. And so hopefully, whilst they're sure consumed with the worries of what they've got to do themselves personally, they were able to take note and acknowledgement of the quality that has just taken place either today in the performance or in the practices this week, so that they can I don't think steal from it is the right word, but learn from it certainly.
Well, it was interesting. We had some conversations with some of the young athletes for the first time here, and their eyes are like huge.
Saucers.
You know? Yeah, exactly. Like they're so excited to be here and be in a competition with such, with other great juniors, and that is what this series is about. It's about entry into the. You might be a big fish in a small pond, but you are now a small fish in a big pond to get started with. But you learn so much from that, and you get excited, and you want to come back, and you see the best, and you go, okay, now I see how far away I am and what I need to do, and you get back to work. So this is such a wonderful series for the sport of figure skating in development.
And, when you reference that about being a big fish in a little pond in your own respective training ring, probably for all of these athletes competing at Junior Grand Prix, whilst there's a mixed standard here, I would suspect that for all of them, they're probably the biggest or one of the biggest fish in their respective training ring. And so even if we watch some of the skaters that we've seen already who have just crossed the 30-point marker for their short program, they probably come from a rink whereby they are the star of the rink. And so that in itself is a huge change and shift for the focus.
Well, it's very difficult to learn how to be the best unless you go up against the best. And you don't have that opportunity. Yeah, you can watch it on streaming, but it's not the same thing as being in the rink with these skaters and getting that experience and that discussion. So I've always loved this series, as everyone knows, because we see such a range, and not only of skating, of course, but of passion, I suppose.
Yes.
I mean, they're all passionate about skating, no question, but they come with different skills.
And the passion for each skater, for all of these athletes, I think the vast majority, if not all of them, skating will govern their brain space more probably than any other part of their life. To be of this caliber, competing in the international stage, it has to consume not just your life, but probably your family's life too.
I like what you said, govern
your life.
No, you said govern more capacity. Okay, your memory's like mine. Sure.
Need to go back on the YouTube stream and revisit what we said.
Yeah, exactly. No, that was well said. Even though you didn't know it.
My verbal diarrhea.
Yeah, that's okay. We're in the second group here in Riga on day one of competition, and next week we move on to Ostrava. We want to mention once again we will have guest commentators, and Jason Brown, the great Jason Brown, will be joining us next week. We're really excited about that. We've got some technology things to work out.
Yeah.
He's going to be broadcasting maybe from Toronto. I'm not sure where he's at the moment, and bringing him in live to our studio. So, really exciting to hear that. I think it's for the men's free program, is it?
Yes, and I think already since you mentioned it, I've had ping notifications coming from my phone to say, "Oh, Jason Brown, can't believe that." So
yeah, that's going to be really cool. And we have Caitlin Osmond, 2018 World Women's Champion, will be joining us, as well as Kathy Reed. We spoke to Kathy here. She is just simply the most charming, delightful coach and former skater. She has got a young dance team here, and she said she started them at 6 years old or something like this, so she feels more like their mom than anything. So we'll be speaking with Kathy for the dance event from Bangkok. Caitlin will cover some of the women, and then in Turkey, Kirsten Moore Towers, Olympian Canadian pair skater. She'll be joining us for some pair skating as well. I think hopefully we've got some more coming as well. So it'll be fun. And hopefully the technology works. So we're saying this right now. Don't jump on us if all of a sudden the phone line goes down, or we think everything's going to work out just fine.
Well, I was going to mention we've got other exciting stuff in the pipeline, but until it's 100% confirmed, I'll reserve the excitement of that.
I know you. You want to say it.
I want to say it all.
Yeah. Our next competitor represents Georgia, 17-year-old Ekaterine Izachi. This is not a lot of international competition, so really kind of a bit of an empty bio. She was in Riga Latvia Trophy in 2022. And she'll skate the short program here to River by Bishop Briggs.
Ekaterina Yazagi from Georgia. You could really see the influence of her choreographer Vakhtang Murvanidze, another fellow Georgian skater, and it's such a brilliant piece of music used so regularly. But I felt that Ekaterina gave it the conviction, particularly at the beginning when she had more energy, that was really impressive. I thought there was definitive fighting spirit and attack throughout the early part of the program.
And when you mentioned Vatang, he was an interesting skater, no question. You can see him bringing that to his young student here as we take a look at some of the openings. Moves, double axel, good pop off the end of the edge, some pretty good flow, lots of energy coming out of that element. There's the triple toe loop into the double toe, hands above the head, straight in the spine. Good quickness coming in here. And there's the double flip.
You can see, as we see the Bielman spin now, the energy and commitment. She was really firing. And that's perhaps a character, a personality trait Ekaterina has, or something that has been instilled in her by her coaching staff and family. Because for me, I was never that. I was always a holder backer for the competition, but Ekaterina appeared to just go out there intending to give a personal best.
Is that a word, holder backer?
I'm not quite sure. When I said it, I thought.
Well, it was very smooth the way you just slipped that in there. Wasn't sure. But
Thanks for bringing it up.
I get the point. You were timid, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, she was aggressive throughout that. That was great. It was wonderful to see. You know, you make a mistake by holding back. You might land your jump, but you're losing other qualities. You might as well just attack is maybe too strong of a word, but be assertive, carry that speed, that flow, and accelerate on takeaways.
Great to see Ekaterina also shaping hearts. That's a campaign that we've been working on this year, and she's showcasing some of that positivity in the kiss and cry. And we'll talk about that throughout the course of the Junior Grand Prix, and hopefully see lots of that from all of the skaters that will be competing. Ekaterina hasn't attempted triple flip or triple lutz in competition as yet, so that'll be the place and time she's at. Look at, she's just giving us all the content with this shaping of hearts. Well done.
38.90, and that will put Ekaterina currently into third place. Well, from Argentina, Cecilia Donahue, 17 years old. And she'll be opening up with a triple flip, followed by a triple sow double toe combination. Hope that works out for her.
17-year-old Cecilia Donahue representing Argentina, and she passionately and proudly does so. She says she wants to grow the sport in Argentina, eager to earn the scores for the Junior World Championships, and if she was to do that, she would be the first Argentinian to compete at Junior Worlds, as we see her leave the ice. Warm-up was difficult, Ted, so the opening triple flip that we see here, perhaps better than she anticipated, but the salto, unfortunately, a bit like the warm-up.
Just a little bit too far back on the heel. And you were mentioning a little bit wanting to do some seminar or some work in Argentina.
Really keen to grow the sport, as we've talked about in previous seasons, about the representation from other skating nations, and she wants to be the skater at Junior Worlds for Argentina. And now this year, interestingly, there are different criteria for skaters to attain those scores. The minimum technical element score the skaters must achieve is based on a combination of the tech score in both their short program and free skate. Previously, they had to have a minimum technical score in the short program and independently in the free skate. Now it's a combination of the two, so that gives the skaters the chance over the season to accrue those points perhaps a bit more easily. And Cecilia will be fighting to get the coveted 72-point marker to achieve that Junior Worlds qualification. Short program not ideal for her. Obviously, as we've said early in the season, there'll be lots more opportunities, we hope, as she smiles and jokes a little bit with her coach here.
Well, let's take a look at the short program scores for Cecilia. A 38.32. That is about 4 points off her personal best, and that'll put her currently into 4th place. Our next competitor represents Hungary, Sofia Seblaki, just 13 years old. She's coached by Julia Sebastian. And she's going to be skating to The Feeling Begins.
Zofia Ziblacki from Hungary, just 13 years old, one of the youngest in the competition, and yet delivers a clean skate for the just turned teenager.
Yeah, what a great start for her junior Grand Prix career to have that skate. Yeah, sure, lots of speed needs to be added, lots of little details to be worked on, but a great start to the junior Grand Prix for her.
Yeah, really delivering, I imagine, as well as she possibly could at this stage of her development, as we see nice back inside pivot into this, the triple flip. You can see a little bit of caution here, slowing down into the salto, but successfully through triple salto, double toe, and again a little bit of a slow down into double axel.
Kind of a reset on that back outside edge, and that's not a lot of speed on the coming out of the double axel. That's okay, gets it done right into the layback.
And so the grades of execution of the jumping passes won't be as high as that which we've seen from others, but she's got triple jump content, and that will be the quality that will be worked on by our great coaching staff. Former European champion Julia Sebastian, who joins her.
Yeah, it's interesting that, you know, when you're starting to learn the jumps, you just trying to get all the way around.
Yes.
And so you go slow, and then to add a lot of speed is like a little bit too risky in your mind, so you slow it down, and then once you get comfortable, confident, then you add speed to it. So, but everybody sort of learns things at a different speed. The Japanese learn everything full out, you know, at full speed. So,
and it's a little hard in the now that we're in the season. It's hard. The coach, obviously, Yulia will be pushing. She's only too well aware of what's necessary, and so she'll be eager for her student to increase the speed. But in the midst of the season, when competitions are approaching so quickly, it's a little bit more daunting to try to risk something that's already working.
Exactly. But that's just part of the process. 13 years old, get the elements done, stand up, get some confidence, some comfort out there in competition.
And maybe being here in this event, seeing the others doing it, it won't be something that her coach has to work so hard to push from, because she's seen it from others, so she'll go back.
Yeah, she knows what she's got to do. Let's take a look at the scores. 40.01 for Zofia, and that'll put her currently into third place. Good job. Our next competitor represents Slovenia, Julia Lovracek, 18 years old, and this is her second Junior Grand Prix season. 16th last year in Yarvin, 30th at the European Championships in Kaunas. She's the Slovenian senior champion. 47.16 personal best, earning that at the Junior World. Skating to Thule.
What a huge step up for Julia Lavrencic. I don't think that she's landed triple loops without a Q sign or an under rotation, nor had that kind of success with the flip either. So she's included increased difficulty in her planned program content, and not only upping the technical score, but coming here with an obvious concept, unique costume choice, unique music choice, some unique choreography choice. Somebody who wants to stand out from the crowd.
Absolutely different. That was my comment. Like, she's not different from everyone,
no,
but she has certainly her own style. You can watch it here in the replays. And there's the triple flip to open the program. Pretty cautious going in, but nice and clean on the landing. There's the triple lutz, hands above the head, all the way around, double toe. And the double axel. Will complete the 3 jumping passes. Take over, Mark.
Yeah, and they're a change of edge, that one of the features within the spins. And I think when I look back on the skating scores at Julia's previous results and success in the tech scores, we see this Bielmann spin, and they're the difficult exit. I don't think, as I say, that she's ever had a triple lutz called cleanly in competition. And for the skaters, that kind of
success,
it's a big deal for the skaters, and it's a big accomplishment to have a new jumping pass called cleanly by the technical specialists who are all of a high caliber. And we don't always see seismic progress from season to season. The off season, especially for a skater like Julia, who competed at senior and junior events last year, the off season is squeezed into a narrow time frame, and so we don't always see a big change year upon year. But Julia, I assume, based on what we've just seen, has obviously worked very hard.
Well, the score is 49.22. Kind of a nod of approval there by coach for Julia, and that'll put it currently into 3rd place. Good job, because it's early in the season as we take a look at the top 5 on the leaderboard so far. Representing Hong Kong, China, Zi Qingchang, 47.25, her personal best, I mean that 2 seasons ago on the Junior Grand Prix right here in Riga. And she'll skate to part of the world.
So Ching Chan representing Hong Kong. It seems like we're turning a tide, and we've had some tough skates, and now
the
energy in the arena
is swinging the other way. Great job, and that she has to be very pleased with that performance. First week of the Junior Grand Prix, great start.
And she comes into this event with a win at the Southeast Asian Trophy in Manila, so riding high on her success. And her coach Craig Heath had explained that the schooling that she has in Hong Kong is very strict, but still skates as often as she can. And kudos to her for managing her academic studies and her skating to be able to deliver here.
And there's a triple flip to start the program. Wanting a little bit more flow and speed in and out, but here's the triple toe loop. That was nice. Resets, triple toe. Well done. And that one element, triple toe earns an 8.82. So good score on that. And you were mentioning, we were talking to Craig Heath, her coach, also skates.
Yes.
Right? It is going back to an ice show right after this competition. There's the double axel.
And there, the difficult exit from the layback spin, and that testament to the commitment that the coaches make. Craig will finish supporting his student here and then fly back to Sun Valley, or fly back multiple flights and travel to then perform in a show on Saturday night. And that's the kind of commitment that coaches of this caliber will give to their students to support them in their pursuit of success.
He said he's going to do his warm-ups and just walk through his program in the lounge at the airport in Boise or something like that. Yeah.
Amazing. And Chan had competed here 2 years ago, but the travel to and from Hong Kong at that time was extremely hard for them. So Craig was hoping that this would be a whole new experience and coming out to represent Hong Kong in Latvia at the Junior Grand Prix. And she certainly appears to be in
did
good
a great
form
job.
And happy.
Yeah, look, you got that smile before the scores even
Yes.
come out. Well, semi-smile, a little one. Okay, there it is, 47.45, and that will put her currently into 4th place, no matter what the score is. And of course, the score is important for the skater, but that was a solid skate to start this Junior Grand Prix season. And there's the smile and a wave, and Craig's going to get the skates home pretty soon. Now we're going to get your paper out here because we're going to the nice resurfacing. Okay, come on, here we go. Here we go. So as we go to break, we're going to watch some videos. It's got some great stuff this year. Take us through the first playback as we take a look at the standings so far after the first two groups. Go ahead, Mark.
So we'll get the chance to look at some videos, and the first of which will be about Diana Stellato-Dudek's comeback, having been a World Junior Championship medalist and then 16 years of absence from the sport before coming World Champion earlier this year. And then the second video during this ice resurface will be from Team Titanium, the synchro team, and they made history in becoming New Zealand's first synchronized skating team to compete at an ISU Championships when they competed in Neuchâtel at the World Junior Championships in 2020.
And I just want to mention Diana at the age of 40, and there's still hope for you.
Well, after what we saw from me last night, I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's take a look. Enjoy the break.
And the note card I happened to pick was, what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? And I just immediately blurted out, oh, I would win an Olympic gold medal. My name is Diana Stellato-Dudek, and I am a pair skater for Canada.
The reason Diana is so special is actually her fire, her dedication, and for her, it's Olympic every day.
I think what attracted me to figure skating in the first place was the freedom that you feel when you have the wind in your face and you're skating around the rink, and also the artistic expression, what you can do with your arms and feet while you're gliding. It's difficult to describe. It's unlike any other feeling that you can get in shoes.
Diana Stellato. She is 16 years old and perhaps the most focused of all the skaters here, the last one off the practice ice.
When I was 17 years old, I sustained a hip injury. It was very common at the time. It eventually ended my childhood career, my 1.0 career.
She retired and then never come back in skating for 16 years. She didn't think about skating.
I think retiring at 17 was very difficult. You're too young to really deal with the severeness of that decision and how it's going to affect your life. job in the States. I worked for a plastic surgeon in a small private practice, and we were at a work retreat, and we were just doing a fun little exercise over lunch where we all picked up a note card and said, read the question out loud, and then everybody around the table would answer it. And the note card I happened to pick was, what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? And I just immediately blurted out, oh, I would win an Olympic gold medal. And then I kind of sat back in my chair and I was like, what? As everybody else was answering, I was like, what did I just say? I haven't skated in like 16 or 17 years. Like, that was a random answer. That was the catalyst that began this entire thing. So I guess I'm super lucky my mom kept those skates for all that time. I went for a first public sessions. I would get up at 4 in the morning to go skate in the morning before going to work my full-time job. And if I had a day at work that was like a 12-hour day and it was impossible for me to get on the ice, I would just make sure that evening I would do like a workout tape or I would stretch, but I would do something toward my dream every day, and I never broke the chain for 3 months.
Her dedication to the sport, to do what she do at the age she is unbelievable. She have to do so much more than other people to be able to do it. We train as much as the other younger skater, but on top of it, she have to do way more back home. She have to recover 2-3 hours a day so she can be ready for the next day. If not, it's not gonna happen. We knew the pressure would be super high being here at home, where I'm born, where we train.
When I got on the ice, I just heard the roar of the crowd and like, okay, let's breathe, we can do this. That pressure is motivation and motivation is pressure, and it's a thin line that separates them. When we got out there, I just looked at him and I said, we got this.
The crowd was so supportive, and it's give myself and Diana goosebumps as we were skating. It was something we'll remember for the rest of our life.
Winning here in Montreal was our dream. For sure, this was our dream. I just got really emotional and said, well, I fought and I gave it everything I could. And kind of one of those fairy tale stories that it still hasn't sunk in that I'm living yet. All that hard work, all those late nights, early mornings, all that pain, man, was it worth it in the end. If you can set aside some time every day and just do a little bit, you can potentially create a life for yourself beyond your wildest dreams.
So we were all, when I told the team, kind of crying and really excited, because the goal has always been Junior Worlds, but it always seemed quite a little bit unrealistic and out of our reach. So. Good timing, good timing. We feel really proud to represent New Zealand at Junior Worlds, as obviously we're the first junior team to come here before.
So getting New Zealand out there is what motivates me. So it's really cool to be a part of this, to be a part of the journey with this team, because for us it's a New Zealand first, so it's really awesome to be a part of that journey.
We've always just compete against ourselves. There's no other junior team in New Zealand. And the first time we travelled was to Sydney for the Sydney Synchro Festival in September last year. So other than that, we've never really competed against other teams. So seeing other teams that are a bit like gobsmacked watching them and having competition for once. Doesn't matter what any other team does, all we can focus on is what we can do.
I think we've got a mixture of excitement and nervousness as well, because it's so different to what they've experienced at home and so different to Australia. So many more teams, so many more people, and the rinks here are huge. I think they're hoping to have a good, clean skate and to improve on their mark from Sheffield, I think is what their main goal is.
I want them, and I really hope for them, that they can do the best that they have skated to date. We actually got personal bests a few weeks ago in Steel City Trophy for our short program, and I'm hoping that we can continue to make some more improvements and get a new personal best.
Just do the best that we possibly can. Have fun, make memories, show that, you know, it's possible that we can be here and we deserve to be here.
Please welcome on the ice from New Zealand Team 13th Junior.
Go, Rach, go, Rach, go! Go, 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 go!
I know you probably don't all feel 100% happy, but I'm really proud of you. And remember, you've never skated in front of a crowd like this, have we? How many times have we even skated against other teams? No, this is our third. This is the third, okay? Third time we've ever skated against other teams. We've got free skate tomorrow. Now that you've had an opportunity to skate in front of the crowd, we can be more relaxed going into tomorrow and more confident. Yeah, okay? Well done. In 2022, we didn't qualify for New Zealand Nationals, so we didn't have any opportunity to go internationally because they won't let us travel if we haven't gained the correct TES in their what they've set. Despite that, we were able to do an exhibition skate at the National Championships and get some points for that, which was really hard for the team because that was their first year competing in junior, and we hadn't really done many competitions. They just treated it as if it was competing at national champs, and we worked harder. Next year, obviously, we got to nationals and now qualified for Junior Worlds, and here we are. We also only had 13 skaters at nationals, so since October we've gained 4 new skaters to meet the minimum requirements, and so yeah, I think they've shown a lot of resilience over the years.
It was a big moment for our team. Yeah, when we found out that we qualified to come to Junior Worlds, it was almost everyone was in tears, or it was just so emotional for all of us.
To see that Tracy's hard work and dedication has really paid off, we were really happy for her, and we were all crying because we were happy for Tracy.
give up. If you want to achieve your goals, just keep persevering, work hard, keep pushing through. Like, nothing is unattainable, as we've learned, because we didn't think we'd be here, but here we are. The team's worked really hard. Just my message would be, just keep pushing through. No matter how hard times feel, it doesn't matter. There's always going to be a better day ahead.
following skaters will take place for the 6 minutes warm-up. From the United States of America, Annika Chow. From Ukraine, Anastasia Zanchenko. From Lithuania,
Welcome back, everyone, to Riga, Week 1 on the Junior Grand Prix 2024. I'm Ted Bart, along with Mark Hanruddy, as we take a look at group number 3 in the women's short program, Mark.
Yes, we've already seen an incredible performance by the leader, Mao Shimada. Not necessarily surprised, two-time and reigning junior world champion, being the first skater on the junior ranks this year to post a 70-plus score, and it will be very hard to beat.
We were talking off air. I had the great honor to go to Milwaukee this summer, and we're going to see the first skater up will be Annika Chow from the United States to go to their Junior Grand Prix selection competition. And it was really interesting. Of course, Gail Tanger, former Olympic and world judge for the ISU, is now retired from that. Great friend Mary, my great friend Mary Cook, who actually helped implement the judging system into the United States. That was interesting. And all the other wonderful coaches and volunteers there. So it was really, really exciting. But they asked me to sit in the kiss and cry and to talk to the kids when they came up there. I thought, I was so nervous because you're going, who's this guy in the kiss and cry? But it all worked out really well. And of course, we'll see Annika. So that'll be really fun.
Well, on the back of that, what you didn't know, Ted, was that the skater's coach, one of the skaters who was at that event, her coach, Chris Pottinger, he'd explained that your words of encouragement had absolutely buoyed the skater and motivated and inspired Annika's subsequent training. And I think, you know, we're both pro advocates of the fact that positive encouragement to uplift and inspire is definitely the route we want to take.
Yeah, and it was really wonderful. The coaches were so accepting. You know, maybe a little bit like, I hope he says the right stuff. Right? Hope he doesn't contradict. But hey, I've been a coach all my life, so you know what we say is the same as what they say. You know, obviously. So, no, I'm glad it worked out, and they were just terrific people. I also obviously did the Canada camp as well. It was really interesting. I did interviews with the kids to try to train them a little bit. So that type of training and getting young juniors used to where they're going to go and what they need to do, not just in the program, obviously, but off ice as well.
Yeah, and hopefully for many of these athletes, they will be able to go on with all of the education, the time and the financial commitment that they've made to their competitive careers to then be able to go on and pursue other things with that knowledge and with that experience, either be it as coaches, commentators, or performers.
The interesting thing is I spoke to all the parents.
Oh, wow.
And the coaches were in the room too, right? So, you know, the parents of the Americans, and they were really wonderful. They had great questions, and the parents had, you know, they just took that information in because, you know, as a parent, you have two kids. I have a daughter, okay, you know, 30 years old now, but when she skated, so I know what it feels like for a parent to watch your kid skate, no matter what level it's at, juvenile or whatever. It is like earth-shattering because you can't do anything. You can't help them. And so the discussion that we had was really wonderful. Their honesty was wonderful about what they were going through and how they can best manage that energy to help the kids.
Well, it's interesting, you know, talking about parenting, and for the parents that are watching, the first two groups of this event already, we have seen, you know, a very wide and varying standard of skater, as we will see throughout the course of the event. But just in watching those that have already performed, I feel inspired by the output that they've all given, because everybody here has had to train hard for this event. It's made me think, oh, I want my child to be out representing the country internationally at an event. And of course, not everybody will win, but everybody here, their parents, I'm sure, will be very, very proud.
It is a lifetime honor to wear the flag of your nation, no matter whether you're a big skating nation or a small one or a brand new one, as we'll have Hannah Debise, who represents Egypt. She'll skate today. So it is such an incredible honor that you will carry with you for the rest of your life, no matter what the placement is.
Well, it's like yesterday when we were chatting with Andreas, another member of the ISU team, and you mentioned that you represented Colombia in baseball, I think. And whenever somebody says, I represented my nation, you think, ooh, dang, you're good. You know, that's respect, and everybody here is getting to do that.
Yeah, and we know there are different standards. That's fine, but you know, just to get on the world stage or the international stage here. It's such a learning experience. These athletes become remarkably successful people off the ice in later life because they deal with, you know, I don't know if failure is too strong of a word, but making mistakes, falling all the time and getting up and keep going and getting up and keep going. That lesson in life will drive you forward to success in no matter what you pursue.
Well, I think there was like a social media meme of get up again. I think skating could be the more apt life choice for getting up again, given that we have to fall over so often.
As we're in the last minute of the warm-up in group number 3. A nice short break. Long day. We're going to see how we survive into 12 hours, I think it is.
Well, yeah, literally, yeah. Literally 12 hours on the bike.
Well, you're under control at the moment. It's good. But you give this young man who has boundless energy a couple coffees, and it's like, whoa, slow down here, boys.
I think I paced in that first break, I think I paced myself fairly well. We'll see if
really good. Really good. I noticed that. Yeah. So
normally I peak too soon.
We're going to jack you up with caffeine a little bit later in the day. Okay, here we go. You see the video screen in the back. That's going to be a little concerning as you go down for the flip and you look up and you go, oh who is it? Oh, that's me, right?
I'm on TV.
But they have it during practice session too, so they get used to it. Here's a good look at Anika Chow from the United States, 14 years old. This is her second Junior Grand Prix season, placing 5th last year in Bangkok in week number 1. Anika was 5th at the U.S. Junior Nationals. She's coached by Chris Pottinger and choreographed by Adam Blake. 58.93, her personal best in the short program. She'll skate. The dog days are over. What a great job by Nika in this short program. Just delightful. Smile all the way. Some great choreography work.
Yeah, great car and so much to talk about within it. And I think the Florence and the Machine Dog Days are over. I love the music, love that track, and there are so many nuances within the actual music. And great to see how well picked up that has been by both Annika and choreographer Adam Blake, and real attention to detail in the phrasing for each of the elements.
Let's take a look at some of the elements in the short program. Great start, good energy. Here's a look at the triple Lutz. Hands above the head, nice and straight. Maybe a touch on the free leg. Watch the landing on this. It's under rotated in the triple toe loop, but solid combination. Double axel, good. And some really nice moves here too, some sort of attitude with the music. On the triple flip, on the end of the program, hands above the head. And that is in the system being reviewed right now. Carry on.
Yeah. Oh, it's gone in as clean, so that's good.
Clean. That's good.
And you know, having just spent the warm-up talking about the parents, I just thought the smile that Annika, I know it's trivial perhaps, but the smile that she showcased there would have surely had her parents bursting with pride. Here, great edge set, and it was also a good use of the windmill feature holding the blade. That now a necessity as a feature to get the level, as per some of the changes we've discussed from the issue this year for levels within the spins.
That's great. Great job.
And Chris had explained that last year the time differences for her Junior Grand Prix assignments was really tough for Annika to deal with, so this year they adjusted their time zone earlier in preparation and anticipation of this competition, and that the kind of business-like, serious approach and methodical, professional approach that athletes of this caliber and their coaches have to undertake to be able to be skating cleanly and looking so comfortable on this stage.
But look at the posture. We talked about that actually in the Kiss and Cry in Milwaukee. She has such a straight back and gives her such solid performance as well as rotation in the air, of course. Let's take a look at the scores for Annika. 51.91. Good score here. Week number 1 of the Junior Grand Prix. That'll put her currently to 3rd place.
Very demure.
Our next competitor represents Ukraine, 16-year-old Anastasia Vasilychenko. This is her 2nd Junior Grand Prix season, 19th last year in Gdansk. 43.25 personal best back in 2022, the short program skating to the other woman.
Anastasia Vasilchenko from Ukraine, and difficult skate, Ted, and I don't know the backstories of all of these athletes, and I didn't actually have any communication with Anastasia and her coach or family before the event, but I have spoken to some of the other skaters from Ukraine, and I can only imagine the challenges that Anastasia and her family have had in preparing for this event. And so although that was a difficult skate, the fact that she is here, the fact that she is managing all the challenges that I'm sure she is experiencing and pushing herself out on this stage garners nothing but enormous respect.
It probably gives her just a little bit of normalcy in her life. There's a triple sauerkraut with a turn into the double total. Good fight on that. And the double flip a little bit later in the program. The double axel here. This was a bit of a challenge here. Just gets a free leg out. Doesn't get it out actually, and is under rotated on the landing. And some of the steps here. This is nicely done. Good posture.
She did have a lovely posture throughout. And that suggests to me that there's been a good quality of skating skill or body awareness and alignment from a very early stage. And we have to assume that that development has been curtailed because of obvious events. So hopefully, following on from this, there'll be opportunity to have consistency in training, and gorgeous to see that cuddle shared. Both the coaches, the families and the skaters all go through so much to be ready to compete at these events. And whilst the technical panel and the judges have to obviously give scores adhering to the very clear criteria that they have, which justify the points that they give, if there are points for bravery, Anastasia will be right up there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, so many people around the world, in sport or not in sport, face all sorts of different situations that we can't even imagine ourselves, and the courage that it takes just growing up.
Hard enough to be a 16-year-old.
Yeah. Personal best score for Anastasia is 43.25. This is a bit of a challenging skate, and come close to that score here with a 31.27 for Anastasia. That'll put her currently in 10th place.
Next to skate, representing the
13-year-old Milena Senia-Viskat from Lithuania. It appears to be her first international competition. She's coached by Angelina Tarenko. Choreographed by Sergei Rozanov and Alyona Savchenko. She'll skate short to Hallelujah.
A great finish position, directing her energy in that back bend to the judges for Milana Sinaivskait from Lithuania, a skater who has transformed from a year ago, one of the youngest in the event, and going out there with the confidence and assurity of somebody much more experienced.
Yeah, that's the key word for me, was the maturity of her skate was, you know, solidly on display here, and getting the jumps done mostly. Of course, a little bit more speed and flow coming out. That'll come in time, but for 13 years old at this first Junior Grand Prix, great job. Let's take a look at some of the elements here in the short program as she sets the stage right off the top with some beautiful choreography and movement. Here's the double axel. Free leg comes through, nice and tight in the air, all the way around. Good flow on that landing. There's the triple toe loop, tight all the way. Gets the free leg back and squeezes out the second triple toe loop. Nice. And then the triple flip right near the end. Maybe a little under rotate. Let's take a look in the system. It is on the quarter, yeah. But the rest were clean.
And she moved to a new coaching team at the end of March, and led by Angelina Tarenko, who's produced so many great skaters, and you can see the influence and reshaping perhaps the skaters' belief of what is possible, because she comes here with not just, as I say, a surety, but you sense the desire to be competitive. Coach Dennis Gurzi here with her, a new part of that coaching team.
Really nice job.
Yes, excellent.
And probably the best that she can be at this stage of her development and at this early in the season.
And that's what we all aspire for the skaters to achieve, to be able to deliver what they're capable of in practice.
Yeah.
Showcasing somebody very well trained in preparation for this event, because the nerves didn't show at all.
Well, 48 points for Milana, and that'll put her currently into 5th place. But despite the numbers, a solid performance. Well done. Top 5 so far in this event. Our next competitor represents Australia, Andrea Gao, 16 years old, and this is her first Junior Grand Prix event, somewhat new to international competition. Andrea's coached by Sergei Dudikov. She'll skate the short program to Never Enough.
Andrea Guo from Australia. She's competed in Bangkok, but never before has she been to compete in Europe. This her first participation at the Junior Grand Prix.
And, you know, a pretty good performance, probably some under rotations of
Yeah.
the judges. We'll see what the judges come up. There are 4 out of the 7 elements are under review.
And that's such a common thing that we'll reference so often, the under rotations, and it is so costly, the amount of rotation done on the ice impacting the skaters' technical element score.
You can see right there the under rotation of the triple loop. It is just an under rotation, not a downgrade. Here is the triple flip. This is also under rotated, the judging system. Pretty close to downgrade,
Yeah.
but this comes in under rotation, double axle. And a little under rotated on that as well.
And here we see parts of the step sequence, that combination of turns heading into the side to back feature for the layback.
And that light deck in at level 3, the highest level you can get is 4, so missing 1 feature to accomplish that high level 4. There is a look at Andrea with coach Sergei Dudikov. A lot of conversation going on there. It's always a choice, you know, it's interesting to watch, you know, different coaches in the Kiss and Cry because some are very verbal. Generally speaking, you know, certainly in the seniors, not a lot to be said because you know what you know, and, you know, you might have some fun talk, but not
You
business
know
talk, right?
what's coming,
Yeah.
good, bad, or indifferent.
Exactly.
And really, there's not a lot that can be said at this point to the skater. I don't think, and not a lot will resonate. It's more the feeling, the emotion, the feeling that can be processed, not necessarily technical information.
The short program score is 34.95. That'll put Andrea currently in 11th place. Our next skater represents Korea, Nayeon Ko. 15 years old. This is her second Junior Grand Prix season. Last year, she was 12th in the final Junior Grand Prix event in Armenia. She's coached by Hyung Kyung Chao and choreographed by Yeshi Jin Shin.
Neon Cole, a skater that just gave the best of smiles to the landing of each of the 3 jumps, and although it may have broken character, perhaps possibly affecting some of the judges' components, I just thought it was a delight to see that very instinctive and natural reaction to going clean.
Natural, absolutely. That moment of joy which you seek and is so elusive.
And any skater representing Korea at Junior Grand Prix will have had to push so hard to gain selection. Here the triple H triple toe.
On the quarter. And here is the double axel, no problem there. Beautiful flow. Look at the smile. Oh, wonderful.
Love that double 3 turn and extension after 2.
And here's the triple flip. Terrific lift all the way around. And attention on the edge, though.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an outside edge here. Outside edge again on that feature within the combo spin. It's really interesting for me to hear a little bit more about the Korean Figure Skating Federation and what has to happen for these athletes to gain selection for the Junior Grand Prix. And the Korean Figure Skating Federation has a Grand Prix selection event quite early on comparative to so many other skating nations, and so these athletes, many of them who did compete last year, have a very, very short off season. But you cannot argue that it's creating great skaters, and I just love that.
How cute was that? A hand covered the mouth while she's speaking with the coach.
Yeah.
As if nobody could hear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you could see just the pure joy of the performance and the being here to compete just throughout the program and even in the Kiss and Cry. Waiting for the scores, of course, a little tense. Right?
Change of vibe right now.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the scores. 64.04. That puts Neon currently in second place. Wow, great job. Looks pretty happy, semi-happy there.
The following skaters will now take the ice for 6 minutes more. From Chinese Taipei, Kim Chen.
And we now enter group number 4 for the warm-up. Okay, what are we going to talk about now, Mark?
Let's talk about...
We got a long day here.
We do have. Actually, it's time for us to request perhaps some questions from those that are watching.
And also, let's take a look at the schedule for the Senior Grand Prix, because that's going to be a lot of fun. I know you're going to do some commentary on that, me as well. And we'll see if we can pull that up on screen. And we're just working on that. But that's going to be an interesting series, of course, as well. I mean, the Junior Grand Prix will finish. And the Senior Grand Prix, here's the road to the ISU Grand Prix events. There it is, Skate America now in Texas. Skate Canada goes to Halifax, the east coast of Canada, Grand Prix de France in Angers, and NHK Trophy, followed by, it left pretty quick. I think the Grand Prix in Finland, and then in China, I think.
Well, I know where I'm not necessarily going, but I know where I'm hoping to commentate. So I'm hopefully covering France, Finland, and China. And then, fingers crossed, I'll be able to go to France for the final if Dancing on Ice will allow it.
Yes, that's true. And yeah, I'm going to do Allen, Texas, the Grand Prix number 1. And we'll see what happens with the final in Grenoble. But
and it's interesting that we're at a point in this season. This is now the penultimate season before the Olympic Games. So it's a really exciting chance now at this stage to really consider who's vying themselves in contention for Olympic medals at senior ranks, and whether or not any of these skaters on the Junior Grand Prix will be able to, age permitting, make that leap up to Olympic Games participation in Milano Cortina 2026.
Yeah, the 2 years prior to the Olympic Games, always things get a little more exciting, intense.
Yeah.
Everybody's chasing that diamond, the jewel, if you will. That's the participation in the Olympic Games.
And for those that we've had the likes of Kaori Sakamoto as we watched this women's event, the dominant woman from Japan, 3 times the world champion Kaori Sakamoto. The first time that's been done since the 1960s when Peggy Fleming achieved it. Can she maintain that level of dominance for yet another 2 more seasons?
And then going for, and you know, when you get to the Olympic Games, that's a big one. You've already won 3 titles at
Yeah.
World Championships, okay, whatever. But you want that Olympic title. I mean, that is a lot of, I don't know what the term is, I don't want to say hanging on, but you've accomplished 3 world titles, and then you're going for the Olympic gold.
It's almost like, oh, can we not just bring it forward and get it done?
I'm ready now. Let's
Yeah.
go. Right?
And for the likes of Kaori Sakamoto, world champion, she's showcased that dominance, but you know, there will be people nipping at her heels, not even those that perhaps she's kept ahead of at events over the past Olympic cycle. There'll be people from down here coming.
Even though Kaori won 3 titles in a row, it wasn't necessarily 100% predictable or predicted, right? Because although she was proven to be the best, but she's also had some challenges in some competitions, so anything could happen.
And, you know, everybody wants it. Everybody wants success. And that's such a valid point when we watch these events. There will be variations, but everybody wants success. Everybody wants to be top dog.
And at that level, there are a lot of really good skaters. A mistake is so costly. It's so costly because there's just no way around it. The points go out the window.
I saw something just recently, and it was saying I think there are 75 more Wednesdays till the Olympic ice dance event, and I thought, gosh,
oh wow, who counts
that exactly? Who counts that? But then it just cements again that you know all of these type of athletes, their lives right now. I think this is Anastasia Brandenburg, the Swiss skater, on our screen now. Whether consciously or not, by the athlete or at least for the coaches, kind of their whole life is gearing towards that pinnacle, that Olympic participation, and so. 75 more Wednesdays for some,
and
to showcase that.
And sport, not only sport, but academics, there's many things, passions in life dominate your life until you open the window to other things. And that usually comes at a certain stage and age, of course.
And interesting, I wonder how many of these athletes are inspired or did watch indeed some of the Summer Olympic Games in Paris. An opportunity to, again, just see athletes at the peak of their career having devoted their lives to their craft, and hopefully some of the amazing stories that came out of Paris will have inspired these athletes.
That was a great Olympic Games because having the audience, that's the first Olympic Games in how many years that we actually have an absolute packed house.
Yeah.
It made a big difference in television coverage and obviously for the athletes as well.
Well, just the whole, I didn't attend, but just the whole energy that we hear coming from Paris at that game sounds so resolutely positive. And also figure skating participation to some extent in the medal ceremony, with medals being awarded to figure skaters from the team events as well.
Yeah.
Belatedly.
Well, Beijing in 2022, of course, under the COVID, blanket, if you will, our first Olympic Games with audiences full in hockey and figure skating and speed skating and whatnot will be so exciting.
Oh, cannot wait. Hoping it's not too far from me. Italy's not too far. Hopefully I'll be able to make it over and see some of it.
Well, Italy's not a bad place to visit.
Yeah. Although we talk about how we are fortunate enough to be on site in these events, but I gather Riga is really quite a spectacular place. Don't think we're going to get to see much of it because we're here.
Well, last year you went out on the scooter, or 2 years ago you went out on a little scooter at like 10 o'clock at night to see the city.
Literally, we spend all the time in the, we're in a hockey changing room in the...
But it does smell a lot better this year.
It smells significantly better. Yeah. I think that there was some Febreze sprayed before we arrived.
Yeah, it's good. No, we have a good setup, no question. Here we go. Group number 4 in the women's. There are 6 groups. Our next competitor represents Taipei, Ting Yung Chen, coached by Canadian coaches Paul Parkinson and Andrew Evans. She'll skate the short program to I Enjoy Being a Girl by Oscar Hammerstein and Richard Rogers.
Little wink to the judges at the conclusion of our short program for Ting Young Chang. And great to hear different choice of music. Hammerstein, Rogers and Hammerstein, the choice of music for this athlete, and fun to see her portrayal of it in the short program. Just the problem with the opening triple sacco combination, no combo there.
And we're not going to see some replays here, so we can fill that in. Go ahead, Mark.
I think it seemed like a program that was very perfectly positioned for this athlete. Choreography that, or music chosen, obviously to represent where she's at and her character. And she matches the blossoms in the Kiss and Cry. She takes her place with her coach.
Yeah, what a charming, you mentioned about the program, great choice of music, because really, I think, I don't know, I'm going to get in trouble saying this, I just know it. But anyways, I think generally speaking for the women's skating, it's been, sort of, beautiful music and all that kind of stuff. See, character music is so fresh and...
It's actually, it brings us to a very interesting point. And Ting Young Chen is a great example of it. But at the last year's World Championships, the International Skating Union's Ice Dance Technical Committee hosts meetings, and Stéphane Lambiel, two-time world singles champion, attended the ice dance meeting, and it transpires that he was interested in hearing the likes of the theme put out for the rhythm dance for the ice dancers, and it was a point noted by a colleague of mine in the UK suggesting, why, I wonder, don't we ever give the singles skaters a theme for the music choice? And fashions are fashions, and skaters will often follow what they see from their favourites, and that's why perhaps we have seen similarity in a lot of the music choices, as you mentioned. Great to see Ting Young Chang choosing something that's not used as regularly.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. That's great. Yeah, I mean, that's really
Wouldn't
interesting.
it be interesting? Maybe the single skaters in their short program next year have to do a blues.
Hey, listen, changing it up, it's never a bad thing. Let's take a look at the scores. 31.32 for Ting Young. That'll put it currently into 13th place. Our next competitor represents Finland, Karina Inos, 15 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. Not a lot of experience internationally. She'll skate the short program to Kings and Pawns.
Raise of the fist for Karina Inos from Finland. She was 6th in the Finnish Federation's Junior Grand Prix selection competition, but she has really secured the justification for her participation at this, her first Junior Grand Prix. And based on the PDF of that event in Finland, I think this is even a big seismic lift up from that competition, and love the smile.
You can tell that she's a real competitor, a fighter, if you will. No matter what the difficulty is she executed with aggressiveness or assertiveness, at least confidence. Here's a look at the triple flip. Nice extensions, just like yours, Mark. And there's the triple toe. What is that? Triple flip, double toe?
The triple lutz, double toe.
Oh, triple lutz, double toe.
And no question, like a different jumping technique and style to that which we've seen from others. Big, lofty jumps. Maybe not as conducive to triple triples, but good for GOE.
Big lean on that takeoff edge, but it worked. She ran off the end of it, carried that flow through the air, and on the landing. As we take a look at the side position on the laid back, then to the back position, that's a feature. It's turning from side to back, grabs the blade. This laid back spin is level 3. So missing one feature on this, Mark, but still well down, well centered, right at the end of the program.
Yes, and all 3 of Karina's spins coming in at level 3, and that perhaps because of the changes in the criteria this year. Great to see her shaping a heart there in the kiss and cry. What's also poignant, I looked at the Finnish Federation's Junior Grand Prix selection competition, and her program components were in the 4s at that event out of 10. And so my assumption was there would be less quality of skating skill, but that too seems to have been taking a boost. Now she's comfortably into the 5s.
The 5s, exactly.
Great job, team.
And the short program score is 51.26, and 2 thumbs up, a little wink, and a heart. No, 2 hearts. There we go. Well done. That puts her currently into 5th place. Next up, the lone Canadian entry in the women's, Lulu Lin, 14 years old. It was a very good season for Lulu last season. She became the Canadian junior champion, then went on to a 10th place finish at World. She's coached by Paul Parkinson and Andrew Evans. She'll skate to Heap Big Chief. Well, keeping with the theme of unique programs.
Yes, yes, yes. Such a unique music choice, and there were so many interesting touches throughout it and nuances, choreography by David Wilson. So it's no surprise that there were some unique and brilliant movements. And I don't know this athlete. I'm sure you'll know her much better than myself, Ted, as a Canadian. But what a character she appears to be.
Oh no, she's charming. She's got a little sass, a little style. She's got it all. Look at that save on that first triple toe that went off lean, but she got back up on the second one. Really nice.
And as we see the change in edge, talking about the fight, I also thought the fight for the flip was really impressive.
Yeah, right here. Gets the free leg back just in time to save that landing. And look at the little piano playing on the head. That was great.
And I actually thought that after the first spin, she was a little early on music because it didn't fit quite so perfectly. But then second spin, she appeared to be more musically sensitive. And great to see Coach Paul changing his jacket now. Multiple hats for different skating nations for the coaches.
And what a great smile Lulu has. Because
doesn't she?
It just sort of says what her personality is.
Yeah.
You know?
And as I say, I don't know this athlete, but on her ISU biography, she says that she practices magic. And I just think, oh yeah, she seems an interesting character.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, practices magic and plays an instrument called the zither.
We've got to get her on. We got to do something, little magic show.
Although sometimes I think the athletes post their hobbies just for comedy value, and so we'll have to check it out if that's legit. Lulu,
I don't know. I would kind of think that could be.
Yeah, let's get her in here.
Let's take a look at the short program score. Personal best 57.12, 59.05. That is her personal best in the short program, and that'll put Lulu Lin from Canada currently into third place. Great job. Lots of charm. Solid skate. But our next competitor brings a lot of abilities to the ice as well. 14-year-old Anastasia Bradberg from Switzerland had an outstanding season last year, 6th at Junior Worlds, has improved results each competitive year. However, in this new season, we will get a hint of what is to come this season. Right now, 62.57 personal best at the World Junior Championships last year. Let's get the short program to Fantasy for Violin. Well, Mark, that is certainly, I mean, this is a very fine young skater. There's no question of that. We've seen what she did last year. This is not the start that she wanted. And good skaters have horrible days or terrible days sometimes. And I think for her, in the start of this season, that was tough.
And, you know, we referenced parents, and this is the point in time when you just want a parent to rush out and give them a hug and look after them at this point. And there's no doubting this skater's quality. She came into this event with the second highest PB of all the women competing. So we assumed she would be right up there, and indeed she said after Junior Worlds that her goal this season was to medal at Junior Grand Prix. I believe very much in that. Obviously, those huge 2 major errors will make that very unlikely at this event, and we just hope that she's looked after now to cope with that frustration.
Yeah. You'll see the qualities of her performance in, as we take a look at that, that opening element just didn't get all the way around off the back of the heel. There's the double axel. That was okay. Good strong back. Good flying camel after this. Gets back in the program, but she's fighting now mentally with that big mistake. And we'll see another one in a moment.
Just the way she holds her body, so classy.
And you can just see rushing that pick, popping it open, so costly, but look at the upper body movement here, the depth of the edge, good flow all the way through. Really wonderful qualities, but in the short program, it's about the technical elements, and they weren't there today.
No, and, you know, having read a little bit about Anastasia, read that her biggest dream is to represent Switzerland at the Olympic Games, and I know that she goes to a talent school in Wullerau in Switzerland, which supports her a lot. And again, further confirmation that her whole life setup is designed to support her success. Employing new coaches to facilitate that, so much backing, and unfortunately, split second, unfortunate Lutz takeoff, lack of ideal flip takeoff, and it's going to make the scores on the screen for her to see shortly frustrating to watch.
Well, the score is 46.43, and that'll put Anastasia Brandenburg from Switzerland currently into 10th place.
Showing maturity in the way she accepts that in the kiss and cry.
Our next competitor represents Ireland, Ali Patterson, coached by Tammy Gamble, choreographed by Jamie Isley and Mark Mitchell, 15 years old.
Ali Peterson representing Ireland. And I think they had another piece of music that's perhaps defying what we suggested earlier about conventional samey pieces. This was a unique choice, Pussycat Dolls music.
This is one of the first Junior Grand Prix events that I've seen that you have a wide menu of different musical approaches, which is really cool, right? We're getting some different themes.
And she sold it perfectly.
Oh, totally. That was just a
Shame.
weird slip of trying to squeeze out that. There's the double axle, could flow off the end of the edge, a little under rotated on the landing. It's on the quarter in the judging system. And here's some of the steps.
I actually thought the step was really strong. I thought there was good ice coverage whilst doing the difficult turns. And here, good use of body movement with the neck and the head.
And then double flip. It's in the system as an intended triple flip. Not in the system, but on her planned program sheet. And she decided, it was a little late in the program, and I think she wisely decided to do the double.
Here's we see a little bit of travel on the combo spin. The judges' input of their 3 different components have the presentation component the highest for Ali, and that makes sense, and I think they're accurate. And interestingly, Ali's Instagram handle, I read, says she's sharing her journey in life as a student athlete, managing mental health and maintaining a calm mindset in performance. And I thought, that's incredibly sage, wise sounding 15-year-old. And hopefully she was able to maintain a calm mindset in performance. If she knows how, let me know, because that's not easy to do.
You know, it's true. It's keeping yourself, your soul balanced. And those skaters that want to be at the top, the Olympics type of thing, they drive themselves, you know, very well and physically, but psychologically what comes up with that sometimes is stress, and you don't even notice it until you know, you realize it's a problem.
And so few occasions, relatively speaking, to channel the nerves of competition.
Exactly. 37.16 for Ali, and that will put her currently to 14th place. Good energy, good program. Okay, I'm hearing about a nice resurfacing, which means a new video. You grab the paper. Let's go. What do we have coming up, Mark?
So we're going to first look at the closing video recap of last year's Junior Grand Prix, which will be fun to just take a peek back as we see the standings after the first 4 groups of women. And then the second video during this ice resurface will be that of Donovan Carrillo tracing the path, the Mexican skater who leads Mexicans to greater standards in figure skating.
Yeah, great stuff. Take a look. Hope you enjoy it. We'll be back.
Hello everyone, welcome to Yerevan, Armenia, the final day here on the ISU Junior Grand Prix 2023. I've been your host, been my pleasure, Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty. Now Mark, you are graduating from your sophomore year into your junior year next season. Tell us a little bit about your thoughts over the past 2 years.
It's hard to encapsulate all the thoughts and feelings that the emotional roller coaster of the Junior Grand Prix offers. One of the main things that I'm just so amazed about is how this operation just goes from week to week, and this time we've obviously traveled further and further afield, and yet it's run just so incredibly well by all those that organize these amazing events.
Yeah, it's incredible. We do want to thank a whole mess of people. We'll do that at the end of this video. You know, any special moments for you over those 7 weeks? Any special performances?
In terms of performances, for me, the ones that will always stick in my memory are those that touch me from an emotional perspective. But if you ask me to think of something immediately now, it would be the reaction yesterday of Sherry Zhang from the United States of America in achieving her score and her reaction to that. And there's nothing more wonderful than to see a young athlete that's worked so incredibly hard see the results and the fruits of that hard work, and that just warms my heart, and I'll remember that for a long time.
Well, one of the things that both Mark and I have talked about a lot on the Junior Grand Prix, on air and off air, is the feeling of responsibility to help these young people. Most of these are not going to be in the Junior Grand Prix final or at the Junior World Championship, maybe some of them. But this is a part of their journey in life, and we hope that this has been a positive one. We hope we've been part of that, and certainly the ISU has provided that platform to allow for some great moments in their lives, even in the bad days, because they're getting such great support to get through it all.
Yeah, and of course we do reference so often the Grand Prix final, and there are 6 spots in each of the disciplines, coveted spots that we talk about all the time. But I think we both passionately feel that whether or not the skaters achieve that Grand Prix final slot or not, participation in this event and all the work that is necessary to get to this stage will serve them in life, and that is beyond valuable to these humans.
One of my great memories was the bus trip in Gdansk, where we're speaking to that young man from Mexico in a small town, a high intellect, high achiever, no question. And we asked him about skating and why did he love skating so much, and he said, because it's so darn hard. I can calculate numbers, I can figure things out, but in skating you cannot. It's not about pure science. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and that's what bonds us all and unites us all. So you have talked about all the number of people involved. We've seen over 1,400 performances over the last 7 weeks, and we're all united and bonded by our love for the sport.
Now let's talk a little bit about social media, so important in the world right now, but particularly the sport. Now the ISU is an award-winning social media team for winter sports, awesome, and we've had a great social media team here this season. Now the Mic'd Up series, that's been a lot of fun.
Just such fun and such a great insight into what happens for the coaches, and I think that's them behaving on their absolute best. We're just getting a snippet into an insight of the emotions that the coaches feel when being responsible for these young humans going onto the ice.
Yeah, and their sense of humor as well, working with the young kids. That's been great. Also, a day in the life of, which was, kind of awkward for us, Mr. Kiltman, but that's a lot of fun.
Brilliant. And again, we've spent so many years in skating being so regimented in our pursuit of competitive success. The social media team gives us an insight into the fun that is skating, and it was good fun.
And the backstage, of course, all the special moments and reactions of the athletes, of course, and the highlight package as well. A lot of work goes into that social media team. They're working late at night, they're working overnight, and they did a great job, and we're very proud of them and the ISU for being an award-winning team as well. We want to take a few moments to thank all the people, the federations who have hosted these competitions, all the volunteers, of course, and their staff members. It's incredible. We started in Bangkok, we end in Yarvin, around the world. It's just incredible. All the coaches, the skaters, and particularly the parents. We know how hard it is to watch your kids so far away.
Yeah, the emotions that must go behind watching your family members must be incomprehensible, and we are not ignorant to what you're going through, and we thank you.
Absolutely. Our friends and colleagues, the Swiss Timing, of course, Wieland and his crew, the managers of the ISU Junior Grand Prix on site as well. And of course, let's not forget about the officials who give up time, leave their families, leave their work to come here and officiate a sport as a volunteer that they love so much. For all of us here at the ISU and our broadcast team, I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty. Thank you for watching. Make sure you join us for the Junior Grand Prix final in Beijing in early December. Goodbye, everyone.
The first years of my sports career in figure skating, I started in Mexico when I was 8 years old. In 2023, during the summer, I have the opportunity to move to Canada and to grow as an athlete. Hello everyone, I'm Donovan Carrillo, Mexican figure skater. This morning I picked some eggs and tomato with potatoes.
So the schedule for today, so after breakfast we have a practice at 11:40, and then after that we'll probably just do like a quick cool down of a rink and a Donovan stretch.
I came downstairs to have breakfast, but I forgot my key inside my room. This happens very often, honestly. It's like a routine, basically. Hi again, can you help me with one room key? I forgot mine inside.
I'm usually, honestly, when we travel together to competitions, I sometimes feel like the parent organizing him and keeping him on track, keeping him organized. He likes to lose stuff all the time and forget things, lose his hotel keys. It's very, very standard for him.
At Four Continents in Shanghai, I had 7 keys. 7 room keys, because I always have to ask for another one. So now it's just time to wait for the coach to come downstairs, meet us, and then go to the rink. The first few years of my skating in Mexico were challenging. It was always finding the way to make things work, even when the environment was not ideal. I had to skate with public session every day, and the ice conditions were not that great.
My first thoughts when I first was in contact with Donovan about being his head coach, there was A lot of mixed feelings. It was very exciting because we both knew what a great athlete he is and how much potential he has in the sport, but we also knew that he had an ankle surgery and it was not going to be simple.
Last year, I went to one of the hardest points in my sports career. I did a surgery on my right ankle, and this was tough. I was so afraid of surgery. I avoided to do it for so many years. When I first had the surgery, it was, of course, hard. Skating, it's a routine in my life. It was something that I do more than probably sleep. My training and my life is built for skating. And when I didn't have that, it was like, what do I do with my life now? I'm just grateful now for being here, competing at world level, and achieving more than I could never imagine.
This week I got to meet Donovan's family, his mom, dad, and oldest sister. They don't really speak a lot of English, and I speak zero Spanish, so it's a little bit complicated. It was really special for me. I feel like in some ways when Donovan moved to Toronto, I almost took on the parental role. I think every coach aspires to have, that meaningful connections.
Muy feliz, muy contento, orgulloso del desempeño que tiene y lo más importante, que siga amando a su nación, a México. Gracias, Jonathan. Gracias, Donovan.
It was very special. I felt just such a huge sense of gratitude and respect and happiness from them.
It's been a long process, but I think everything settled down when it counted the most.
I'm just so incredibly proud of you. I think what we've achieved together is incredible. I think coming back from a surgery for any athlete is almost impossible.
For young skaters in my country, sometimes we're just afraid of trying, and I want to invite you to try. And I'm pretty sure that many people are lost and they don't find their passions because they don't try. I want to invite you to try. It doesn't matter. Just have fun and give it a chance.
following skaters will now take place for the 6 minutes warm-up. From Poland, Alexandra Jankowska. From Denmark, Sebastian Larsen. From Germany, Anni Gerke. From Republic of Korea, from Latvia, Natasha Ivanitsa.
Welcome back, everyone, to Riga, Latvia, and the first day of competition of the Junior Grand Prix Series. I'm Ted Barton, your host, along with Mark Hanratty, the ice dancing on ice star. I love hearing your stories as a dancer. And I mean, you did some demonstration for us yesterday on our series of basics of skating, which people may see a little bit later. But
well, I think it's great that you give me the opportunity to discuss this before anybody gets to see it.
Because darn it, I did that wrong.
Yeah. Shot yourself in the foot there. But the wonderful, wonderful team here, the media team here for the International Skating Union, have a whole load of new initiatives, and one of those being a series of short videos to take the basics of figure skating for some of the skating fans who appreciate and love the sport but haven't necessarily grown up in it, knowing the intricacies and the details of what is necessary and mandatory to compete at this level. And so we did a little series of short videos to showcase the differences between the 6 figure skating jumps. Now, as I left my free skating career 20 plus years ago, I demonstrated some little single jumps.
Yes, but you painted them up with pointy toes and beautiful posture.
In my lack of rotation in the air, I made up for it in commitment to extension of my legs to disguise the lack of triples that are a distant memory for me.
That's okay. That's fun. Yeah, and really, as you mentioned, the series is really pointed at new viewers that around the world. We don't know who's really watching. We know that skating fans are watching, but we also have a lot of fans who's discovered skating on YouTube and follow the Junior Grand Prix. I have many emails. People, I live in Kuwait or Brazil, and I've never seen a rink. I've never been on the ice, but I really like watching this. I'm going, wow, that's different.
So cool.
But if you want to let it, we would love to know where you are watching from, and you can send your questions on the Junior Grand Prix, or information of where you're watching from and how long you've been watching the Junior Grand Prix, or skating for that matter, at
the International Skating Union Instagram channel. So if you want to reply to any of their Instagram stories and send us a question, then we would love to hear from you. We'd love to engage with the skating fandom. And I think honesty is the best policy, Ted, and I think you, not always, but majority of the time,
yes.
We tend to be mindful when we're commentating of the skating fandom, and we're cognizant of the fact that there are many online who are obviously diehard skating fans who with a great knowledge and understanding of the sport, and because those fans tend to be the most vocal online, I'm conscious of them when we talk about the sport. That said, there are those that will be, as you said, Ted, joining in who are less aware of the intricacies of the sport, and we want to engage with them too and try to ingratiate our beautiful sport with as many new fans too.
I think it's an initiative by the ISU to make sure that we don't exclude people who might want to be part of this community, and so that's that basic effort. So when you see that, but
and even in regards to that basics of figure skating, we shot a piece yesterday joking about, well, not joking, sorry, that's not true. We were talking about the difference between the short program and the free skating, and even for you and I who have lived our whole lives as ice skaters, we're thinking, oh, how do you talk about it?
We were finding it difficult to find a simplistic way to explain the difference between the short and the free. Obviously, the short is shorter and the free is longer. Okay, that's pretty simple, but that's only 5 seconds, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we had to fill a minute. So, when you listen to those things, you're going, well, it's kind of complicated. The sport is complicated, we know that, but it's also balanced with beauty. And that's what makes it so unique and different. So we're going to be talking a little bit about the difference in the judging panels for the basics of skating, also the GOE. We'll talk. When they use the word GOE, grade of execution, for an English-speaking person, you're going, is that like a report card at school?
Yeah.
But it is part of the report card. We would use the word quality, because that's what it refers to. It really is how well executed that was. But we'll be going into that a little bit more as well.
And perhaps even a new viewer, we're joking about, again, another member of the team here whose father watched some figure skating, is Colombian, not got any interest in figure skating necessarily, but would watch and think that they have an idea of of what's happening on the ice, that quite often is accurate. A non-educated skater will have a fairly good gauge of what's going to be the winner. That said, the International Skating Union have so many communications to justify the scores, to justify the points, to remove as much subjectivities as possible.
Yeah, and this has an element of subjectivity, no question. It always will, and it's one of the things that is special about it. But you just want to reduce that to a certain level. Anyways, let's not go down that rabbit hole.
Oh, where did it take us?
Not climbing out of that one. That would be difficult.
Digging
for sure.
over here.
as we see the last minute in the warm-up in group number 5, I believe this is. Have I lost count? Is it
5 of 7, yes.
5 of 7, okay, that's good. We're getting there. And yeah, listen, we want you to send questions and comments in because we're actually on air for 12 hours. Now that's a long time. You know, think, gosh, we have each other to talk, with and whatnot. But we love hearing from you. So please let us know where you're. We had a number of people send, so thrilled that the season's starting again. The Junior Grand Prix is the only thing on right at the moment.
Yes.
We don't have any seniors yet because once we do, people get, okay, now we got 2 computers going, right?
Yes.
Okay, you know what? I got to get going here. Who do we have up here?
I think we've also got a little local flower girl on the ice to clear some of the ice. So
okay,
that'll be an exciting moment for them. I just saw Mario Svidek, the coach to the left of the screen in the corridor. He's already anxious because his son competes later on, but he's got the nerves of his own student first.
Exactly. 15-year-old Aleksandra Janikowska from Poland, 41.48 personal best, earning that back in 2023.
Aleksandra Janikowska from Poland Not sure if the music restarted there just at the end of her performance. Disappointment for Alexandra to have had the fall on the opening triple flip, but demonstrating such resilience to stay on her feet on the landing of that triple lutz to make the combination later on. And the final jumping pass, easily the most competent and comfortable with that double axel as Mariusz Świdek, her coach, greets her.
There's a look at the triple flip, under rotated 2-foot landing, of course, has to take the fall. And I don't know how she hung on to that.
Just amazing. And I actually, on review, I don't even think free leg or arms touched.
No. It's a Montjoie, but not with a major mistake. The flying camel spin, maybe a little work on that camel position. Get that free leg up just a little bit higher into the sit spin. Nice position here, good speed. The forward outside and change of edge on the half upright. And a little bit of jittering on the video here. There we go.
Coach Mariusz Świdek alongside his wife and pair partner Dorota Zagorska, former world stars.
Yeah, and I got to meet his son yesterday, and he was quite shy, a little bit shy. He's the first time out here, you know, type of thing. And so one of us, you know, father and son here at a competition, and his great history, of course, with his wife, and you can see the excitement in his young son, and you know, also, you know, and I talked to him about being a dad, you know, with all of the experience and having the son competition, and also the young skater here as well in Alexandra, but pretty calm guy. So you know, he's got it all under control.
And Alexandra she'll be so keen to try to get the Junior World score. Noelle Strojli from Poland has represented their nation at Junior Worlds for the last 3 years. I'm sure Alexandra wants to be in contention.
Kind conversation. You can see that in the facial expressions happening in the kiss and cry. 39.27 for Alexandra Janikowska from Poland. That'll put her currently in the 12th place. What happens in the kiss and cry? Very telling by facial expressions and by words, even though you don't know the words. Selma Siri Larson, 19 years old. Second Junior Grand Prix season. Last year she was 22nd in Istanbul, 20th in Gdansk. 37.57 personal best.
Oh, I just love that hand movement towards the end with the music. Selma Siri Larsen, the 19-year-old Danish skater who has just graduated from high school and so started to train in Bergamo with the Ice Lab team there, enjoying her gap year, pursuing her skating as she competes again on the Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah, really interesting ending to that program. Sort of, you know, mystic in a way and well performed. We'll take a look at some of the elements, perhaps, although I was pushing some buttons randomly here, so I'm not sure if I got it right. Let's see. Here's the double axel. Good flow off the takeoff, but doesn't get the free leg back. A little bit too far back on her heel. And here's the triple Salchow. Leg comes around, lifts up, tight rotation in the air, but on a lean. That is in with a downgrade. So that blade was forward on the landing. That'll be costly. And here's some of the entrance into a double flip. Go ahead, Mark.
Wow, just even the hand movement, the way in which she held her fingers and sustained her fingers there shows a sensitivity to the choreography and the presentation that showcases her maturity. A real demonstration here of all the benefits that come with maturity. A 19-year-old here who I think stylish, classy and refined in some of the movement choices.
Yeah, you know, and it's interesting because we focus on the jumps because they only happen in a second, you know, I mean, or 2 seconds takes care of your 3 jumps. But the rest of the program is where you really spend your time on the qualities. And this young woman has great qualities throughout the rest of the program, even if the jumps didn't work perfectly.
Well, even the way in which she fluttered her hands into the final position within the drag, and I just think that I'll remember that. I'm not going to remember the jump combo, but I'll remember a moment that Selma Siri Larsen has given, and that I'm grateful for.
Well, 34.36 for Selma Siri Larsen, and that'll put her currently in the 18th place. Our next competitor represents Germany, 13 years old, first Junior Grand Prix season, Anna Greke, coached by Martina Diek and choreographed by Victoria Oposova, skating the short program to the Matrix.
Well, the slap of the hand to the head for the flying camel spin. What a shame, because apart from that, what an amazing display from just a 13-year-old in her first Junior Grand Prix, and indeed one of her first junior events. 3-time German novice champion, now successfully represented Germany on the junior stage.
Anna has bags of abilities and talent. This is a very special skater. Yes, a big mistake. Coming off the ice with a smile, with her hand in her face, with her hand in the face at the same time. No question, but wow, she is powerful, she's quick, she's agile, she's into it. And we watch those jumps right here. There's the double axel coming out of sort of nowhere, but watch here we go on the triple flip, really quick off the ice, gets the free leg back in time. And here's the triple toe. Nice and clean.
And so crisp and sharp. And also, I thought that the skating skills were lower, but then within the step sequence, the flow and glide really accelerated, and she showcased better skating skills toward the end as we see this great Bielmann position.
And wonderfully centered. Right to the music, right at the end. Great.
And she's been with her coach Martina Dieck since some of her earliest stages, and I love Martina. A brilliant skating family in Dortmund, also supportive. And it was interesting, Martina's so professional and so focused, but when we were chatting to her yesterday, she was explaining, I've taught this student from some of her earliest days, and you could sense that care and that sort of maternal affection for the human, not just the athlete. And she also sung the praises of Victoria Lopesova, who's joined the team for the choreography as well. So really, 3 very happy women in the kiss and cry.
That was fun to watch. This young woman is a fun skater to watch in competition. You can see the big smile and thrill of competing on her face.
Yeah.
Take a look at the scores. Well, 55.68. You can say, wow, that's awesome. 2 thumbs up. Great performance, Anna. Well done. And that'll put you currently into 5th place. As we take a look at the top 5 so far in this event. Our next competitor represents Korea, Hyorin Lee, 16 years old, and this is her first Junior Grand Prix season. She was 2nd last season at the Asian Open held in Bangkok. She's coached by Hyung Kyung Chao and choreographed by Ye Jishin. Skate the Short program, Descent by Nathan Lanier.
A really challenging skate for Hyorin Lee from Korea, a skater obviously capable of so much more than was delivered here.
No, yeah, exactly, because I was, surprised. And I mentioned that to you off air, and I said, wow, a Korean skater, I don't often see them make many mistakes at all. And you had said that this skater is we're not seeing what she's capable of.
No, and this whole program it was meant to acknowledge some of the struggles that she had with last year's nerves, and as we see here, the loop, you can see immediately a fall that not the kind of fall even that's conventional, showcasing that as we see this much better quality double axel that just doesn't feel themselves under the pressure of the competition. Here the flip. And under rotated as well. And I've touched on in this event, and I'm sure we'll touch much more over the course of the Junior Grand Prix series, the challenges of the Korean skaters to just make the team. And Hyorin Lee had struggled so much last year to make the team despite her potential. This year, obviously elated to have managed to have had the success at the qualifier competition to secure her place here, but perhaps the consequential pressure of representing Korea in the Junior Grand Prix a little too much. And you can see now the Korean skaters are always so composed and refined, but very challenging to hold back.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of emotion coming out there with expectations on herself. When you have it's great to have a very successful skating nation. But it brings along with it the great successes. It brings along with it some stresses. And
increased pressure.
It is. And how one deals with that, because it's quite often internal. Because, no, I'm fine. But internally, you're not telling everything that's going on, right? And it's very difficult work for the coach and the parents and the federation and the skater as well. So, but this young woman has great talent. There's no question of that. We see the skill. This was not her day. Rushing the takeoffs a little bit, being a bit anxious to get it done, and she'll be disappointed. But you learn from this. Painful, but you learn. 42.04, and that'll put Hyorin Lee from Korea currently to 12th place.
Hopefully Hyorin Lee can channel that sadness into fire for a strong free skate.
Natasa Jumalika from Latvia, 13 years old, and according to her bio, this is her very first international competition. She'll skate to Indiana Jones and the Arabian Nights.
Natasha Jarolika, the first of the Latvian skaters competing in the Junior Grand Prix here in Riga, Latvia. Unfortunately, not the skate that the skater was hoping for. But as you said, Ted, before she started, the first major junior event that she's done, and the increased pressure and responsibility of doing that in front of a home crowd, perhaps a little daunting for the 13-year-old.
But some neat little things, that little toe turn, which is a feature, of course, in the spins. So that was kind of cool.
First one that we've seen, actually. It's a new.
We see the heel more often, but not so much the toe. And you'll see that on the replay if I push the button correctly. I tried. We'll take a look here. Let's see if we can slow this down. Yeah, we can. There's the triple flip. Not all the way around. Free leg is really loose, and so it slows the rotation down, and had to take the fall. Here's the triple loop. Looked pretty tight in the air, but over-rotated. Didn't check out early enough and continue to rotate, and has to take the fall again. And I'm not doing that.
Oh, that's cool, though. That was great. Takeoff position.
Good. You can see the arms back, the free leg back. Just a little glitch on that.
And interesting for Natasha, she's competed lots at the advanced novice stage as she's joined by her coach in the Kiss and Cry. She's indeed competed in England, in Estonia, in Lithuania, in Norway at the advanced novice stage, but now the junior stage. It's a whole different ball game and a whole different.
And at home, you think it's not, because it's still a rink, but it is emotionally when you walk into a different environment, right?
And you know, when I'm sure she's competed here many times, perhaps trains here, but it's different when the Junior World Champions in your group or in your competition.
Yeah.
And the rink is, you know, taken over by the International Skating Union. It's a different level of pressure. And
it's the one thing I wish we didn't have in the sport, but it is just part of being human, is that feeling of disappointment with what just happened to you. We all get that. It doesn't have to be in sport. It can be in anything. It's like, I'm disappointed when I make mistakes, and which is quite often make mistakes in commentary or whatever, you know, and unintentional mistakes. They just happen, but it brings that emotional feeling. But that's also what makes joyful.
And I remember her coach here 2 years ago with another student from Latvia having great joy and great success, so she's in good hands.
Yeah, 32.12 for Natasha, and this will put her into 21st position. Yeah, your heart goes out. I just want to say, okay, it's okay. Let's park this and move forward. But it's one of those necessary evils in life, because you learn from that, you get motivated from that. It's a sting at the moment.
And you know, again, I referenced in the last warm-up group, the Paris Olympics, as we see the starting order for this penultimate group in the women's competition. You know, there's so many examples of now Olympic medalists or Olympic champions. Even we talk about Simone Biles and all the challenges that she's faced in and amidst and around the great successes that she's had. It's so very rarely the case that someone will have a glittering straight through passageway to the top of the world. And even then, when that happens, we hear these stories of athletes who have had amazing early success, but then there are pitfalls after that too. So it's a constant evolution of life in this journey of sport, and the sport offers a magnifying glass on life challenges and life learning grounds.
Yeah, most of my life was spent in the dungeon, digging my way out.
Well, sometimes in the commentary booth we feel like we're still there.
Yeah, exactly. Now there's 2 more groups coming up, right?
2 more, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. We're not just watching skating, we're watching a little piece of life in all these individuals.
And I think,
I want to say something to the moms and dads out there that are watching, the papa and mama, all of you sitting at home perhaps watching this live stream. As parents ourselves, we know what you go through. We know the commitment that you have provided to all your children, of course. And how heart-filling and heartbreaking it can be to watch your children go through those very necessary lessons in life, because they don't get strong without some knockdowns. You never plan for it. You never hope for it. You want to avoid it, but they bring value.
And I suppose for many of the skaters here, their parents will have been the type of parent that will have encouraged elite level type of attitudes to be representing their nation, but then it's great that you acknowledged the parents to take the pride and the joy now, because they'll be wanting, it's hard to view this without wanting even greater success, without just acknowledging, no, right now my child's representing their country. That in itself is a moment of elation. And then of course then there comes the, well, I hope they skate well, and I hope they get a good score, and then I hope they get a good result.
So often over the years with covering the Junior Grand Prix, I have thought of the parents, because I know most of our audience probably is that, and so I always think when their child is in the kiss and cry, I'm thinking of what they're feeling and what they're talking about and all of that, and no one, we really don't speak about the parents in sport and in life, because we're dealing with what we have in front of us, which is the skater, right? So I salute the parents and the trials and tribulations and great joy that you have in life with your children, and the challenges in watching them at high performance. It doesn't have to be sport, it can be academics or art or whatever.
And equally, perhaps good if any of the skaters are listening to hear us acknowledge their parents, because it's easy as a youngster not to recognize, you're built to kind of often go up against them.
I would suggest any of the skaters who are at this competition or other competitions that are listening to this, go give your mom and dad a hug.
Yeah.
And just say, I love you and thank you for your support.
Amen.
That means the world. You can't get paid better by a child than a hug.
Yeah, and I love you.
Yeah. Okay, what's your paycheck like? 3 hugs and 1 kiss. Right?
Yeah, yeah. It's like, I've got an 11-year-old, so we're entering towards teenage realm. And I think if we're going to get into that point of life whereby I say, well, what do you want? Why are you being so nice to me?
It's interesting. But your son plays hockey, which is really cool. So just for you fans out there that don't know, I mean, Mark didn't play hockey, and it's a North American sport kind of thing, and he comes up with this weird terms of hockey match and what do you?
There was another clanger the other day. I said scuffle.
Yeah, he said they're having a fight in hockey, which is somewhat normal. And he said they were having a hockey scuffle. What is a scuffle?
I think I'm probably the antithesis.
Is that like an argument where they're wagging their fingers at each other? What is that?
I think I'm the antithesis of hockey player. I think when it comes to watching hockey, I very much inhabit my demure ice dancer rather than the...
And you've taught your son's hockey team some skating skills.
Well, I will say this for our sport, that no matter how athletic hockey can be, they all want to skate they all want to have the command of the blade that we figure skaters have.
That's true. That's very true. In fact, in North America, many of the NHL teams have former figure skaters. James Saleh and David Pelche is the skating coach for the Edmonton Oilers, who went to the Stanley Cup final. Barbara Underhill, 1984 world champion in Ottawa. She taught the Toronto Maple Leafs and the New York Rangers, I believe it was. She taught their skating skills.
Wow.
Victor Kratz, it doesn't work with the NHL. Well, actually, he had an NHL gig. But then he dropped the phone in the ocean. That's a story. It's hilarious. But he's a great guy and does a wonderful class of working with hockey players. Bruno Del Maestro is a coach in Vancouver. He taught the Phenom, Connor Bedard. He taught him skating as well. So there's a lot of figure skating coaches that are teaching, even privately, some NHL stars. Now, we're way off topic here.
But I need to get this YouTube stream, get this bit, screen record on my phone and send it to my son.
Yeah,
all those names. Then he'll be...
You'll be in his good books.
Or just listen to me when it comes to learning skating skills.
Yeah, he won't. Here we go. Group number, what is this?
6.
Group number 6 out of 7. We'll get there. Our next competitor represents Egypt, Hannah Dabiz, 19 years old, and she holds the honor of being the very first skater in Egypt to be on the Junior Grand Prix. This is her 3rd Junior Grand Prix season, competing in Bangkok last year in week number 1, 22.79, personal best in the short. Hannah DeBees from Egypt. Interesting, very interesting story. I had the opportunity to speak with Hannah and her mom actually in Gdansk in her very first, or maybe your dad was, I can't remember, very first competition. She was so nervous. Much more mature skater now. You can see this.
So
we'll
much
see
more
that,
comfortable.
Yeah, way more comfortable, which is so wonderful to see. She knows the level of difficulty that she's at and slowly started to work in towards enjoying the process here, as we see right off the top of the program. Some really beautiful soft movements. Patience, not anxious to get to the first jump. So that was really nice. And her mom does some work for the International Skating Union in the development of figure skating in the countries of Cyprus, Greece, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, Morocco, Kuwait, and South Africa. So the sport of skating is growing around the world, and we've had people help. We see how to go up into the double axel, a little too loose in the air to rotate fast enough, but some great work being done in the Middle East, and the discovery of this sport and how beautiful it is in different countries around the world, which we wouldn't expect. Now, it may take decades to really get to the level of, top international recognition, but it all has to start somewhere.
Absolutely, and I remember when, it was so exciting for us to have Egyptian representation at a junior Grand Prix, and I felt though that with Hannah, I wasn't sure, there's a little stumble there at the end of the program, if she wholly enjoyed the earlier junior Grand Prix events, maybe because of the pressure of what she was doing, and yet that it seems such a difference, like the smile and the kiss and cry, just the way in which she held herself. She appears so much more comfortable in her own skin here at this event, and I'm so glad to see it. And I've also got to acknowledge, Ted, I try and find out a little bit about everybody online. She has her own sort of nutritious delights Instagram, and the food that she makes looks amazing. So check it out because I want some.
Wow. For Hannah, it's 23.91. That'll put Hannah currently in the 26th place, but much more comfortable skater than her first years on the Junior Grand Prix. Well done.
Next to skate from Finland, Annika.
And now to the youngest skater in the competition, Annika Pellerma. She was fourth in the selection competition in Finland to secure her place here. And she will skate to a fun upbeat You Can't Stop the Beat.
Here we go. Well, Mark, what a young and fun program.
Yes, brilliant. And you can't stop the beat by the Glee cast, not the choice of music that many of the women competing here would choose, but so perfectly suited to Annika. Also got to acknowledge the composition of the program, opening with the spin. I think that's the first of the athletes to do that. And then some of the transitions, both out of that opening spin and then the Wally transition into that double axel. Really good choice of different, unique composition. And this was hard back counter, forward inside loop, and then I think a bracket just to open.
Here's the triple toe, second triple toe, well done.
Forcing the early touchdown of the free foot on the landing will make that a negative GOE, but didn't stop her from performing mid-step sequences. She works through the back Choctaw there, counter turn. Making sure that the rotation feature is worked within the step sequence here as well. And that one of the other combinations of turns, all the features attempted as we see comfortable looking double axel straight up into the combo spin. Has to sustain that forward outside edge as a feature. Not sure she quite maintained that for long enough to be callable. The combo spin coming in at a level 3. But what a moment. And kudos to Coach Anna Mertanen. Mertanen is listed as both coach and choreographer, and that just commands great respect from me, the coach being able to create such a great skater and great program.
A lot of work just to get here. Let's take a look at the scores for Annika. 47.23, and that will put her currently into 11th place.
Wonderful innocence to the experience.
Yeah, totally. Loving every moment. Our next competitor represents Israel, Sofia Shifrin, 15 years old. She's coached by Svetlana Panova and Tatiana Moiseva. 53.84, pretty good score, earning that at the World Junior Championships last season. She does a walkthrough on the flip, jump, and she'll skate to Prelude in E minor by Chopin.
you know, the reaction to the conclusion of the performance only showcases her connection with the music within it, because you saw a human there reacting, but that serves to me the awareness of how embedded she is in that performance and the delicacy of it.
It's incredible range of movement that she presents in such a soft and delicate and yet strong way throughout the program. You could talk about the technical elements for sure. We can look at that in a good and bad way, but the rest of the program is just exquisite.
And some of that refinement, there was a moment within the circular step sequence that was just stunning.
There's the triple lutz, reloads low in the knee, gets up to the triple toe, really well done. And here's the double axel off the spread eagle, good flow on the landing. And you can see, just look at the tilt of the head. Here's the triple flip. This was more of a problem, of course.
And for me, what I so appreciate in Sophia's skating is the constant extension of her foot when it's off the ice. Never does she not point her toes. And that doesn't have a tangible point scoring, but it just makes the line so much more elegant as we look at this step sequence.
Every change of direction, every edge also coincides with an arm movement or a lean or a turn of the head. It's just beautifully woven together. A nice final spin, the layback spin in at level 4. The step sequence was 3 and the other 2 spins were 4. So the quality you can see there, only 2 out of the 7 elements were in the minus GOEs, the rest were positive.
It's interesting, the judges highest in the composition of the program, not going with the presentation quite as much in regards to Sophia's skating skill. But a skater who was so close to the podium last year, both in Bangkok and Yerevan, in her 2 Junior Grand Prix assignments last year, so she's hoping to be in contention, but we have a little sneak peek inside to what the judges might post here, and it's looking like it's going to fall adrift from what would keep her in contention.
It could be maybe close to her personal best, but maybe a little bit short.
Yeah, I think from memory last year she seemed to be really strong free skater performer, able to deliver a clean performance.
I remember seeing her the first time in Bangkok. I said, who is the skater? She was just awesome. And a little bit more in practice, of course, you don't see as many mistakes, more relaxed for sure. But this was a very nice performance. Let's take a look at the scores. Her seasons, her personal best 53.84, and this is a 53.98, and that'll put Sophia currently into 6th place. Our next competitor represents the Philippines, Samantha Leila Mascarenes, 16 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. Born in Illinois in the United States, coached by Tammy Gamble and Eddie Shipstadt. Choreography by Drew Meekins.
Samantha Leila Mascarenas representing the Philippines. And Ted, to me, that was a masterclass in professionalism and conducting yourself despite the disappointment of 2 falls, because Samantha demonstrated, and actually even more interesting now because you can see the frustration and sadness and disappointment a little bit.
Just a bit.
But throughout the remainder of that short program, she committed wholly and completely to the presentation.
And that's not easy to do.
No. If you joined in halfway, you wouldn't have known that she'd had the mistakes like she did here.
No, exactly. That's just over-rotation on that axle, hooked around the corner, back on the heel. Has to take the fall. There's the triple sacco, 2-foot takeoff. Again, upper body's twisted, over-rotated. Here's the double flip. This was nice and solid. And right into the spin.
So sit forward variation. That one of the mandatory difficult features for level 4, to change difficult position. And then another variation of upright.
Good speed on this layback, turned out toe. Little bit of a travel here. Settles it down, centers it near the end. And that is in at, that's just the layback spin. Doesn't actually have a level. That's interesting. Yeah, we'll update you. News at 6.
Yeah.
Get an update on that.
What did we miss? What did we miss? So Samantha competed, as you said, Ted, at the Southeast Asian Open Trophy, but hasn't had the Junior Grand Prix experience yet. And it did seem like she was owning the moment, relishing it whilst here. Hopefully that's how she feels. And we'll get the chance to redeem herself with the triple sal and double axel in the free skate. But I say redeem yourself, but everybody's trying their best. It's not, mistakes made, but...
Well, she wants to show that she can do it.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm sure she can do that double axel. I don't worry about that. The Salcom may be a little bit inconsistent, but, as you mentioned, the professionalism to carry that program, you really didn't know that those mistakes were there. She didn't go down at all on performance.
And interestingly, we reference sometimes what the skaters post as their hobbies, and for Samantha, listening to music is listed, and there was a musical awareness.
Yeah, you can tell people that are either a musician playing an instrument, or music is one of the favorite things that it's in their soul.
Yeah,
and then you can tell the skaters that don't listen to their program, don't really care about music, but they love to skate. Right?
Yeah.
So
some could argue that should be acknowledged more in the component scores.
Yeah.
The news is that the layback spin has come in as a level 2. So
there we go. There's an update.
Yeah.
At 6 o'clock.
Because if it was getting nothing, then I would have wondered what we'd missed.
Feels like 6 o'clock, but it's only 3.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, it was weird. It went in at 0, but.
And I gather it's Leif Gislason who's with her in the Kiss a Cry. Canadian ice dancer.
Yeah.
Now working in Colorado.
Lauren Sempt, I think he skated. I can't remember who else he skated with.
And Lauren Sempt, she's an ISU tech spec now.
Yes, yes.
Dance.
Yeah.
The skating family is relatively small.
It is.
Well, at least those that stay in the sport, passing on their knowledge and wisdom.
Like you.
We're stuck now. Gosh, if we've lasted this long, we're stuck in the sport forever.
Well, it's in when it gets in your system. The thing about this sport is it's so difficult that we all appreciate what these athletes go through, having done it ourselves, and you get addicted to the difficulty.
Yeah.
And to the challenges that you have to overcome, and when you overcome it, it's such a great feeling. But it took you a while to get there, right?
And for so many, the sport just sucks you in. I've been sucked in for a long time.
Here we go. Let's take a look at the scores for Leila.
She has had the longest wait.
Yeah, she has. I don't know what the issue is here. Scores are all in, I believe.
More chance for her family and friends to see her. If only she could send some messages home now.
We're waiting for one more judge. We can see 9 out of the 10 have all the scores in. All the reviews have been done. Oh, now we have 8 out of 10. So somebody's changing something.
So hopefully Samantha's got a battered load of friends and family at home cheering her loudly. I think somewhere in the world there'll be a room full of her fan group supporters.
It's kind of a lonely sport in many ways.
Yeah.
Right? Because here you are sitting in the kiss and cry with your coach, isolated. You don't have your friends and family around you at the moment, and waiting for your scores. And they're waiting at home.
And if only Samantha could pull them over here virtually through the screen.
Keeping things in perspective is very difficult in life at any age, but especially at these ages. And that's where the coach comes in and the parents is keeping the skaters' feet firmly on the ground, keeping it in perspective.
And there, you know, kudos to our coach now. He's managing to extract some smiles and laughter, and that in itself, you know, he's worth every penny he's paid.
Yeah, smart move. Well done. 27.64 for Samantha, and that will put her currently into 28th position. Our next competitor represents Azerbaijan, 14-year-old Leyli Akudova. Born in Japan, and this is her first Junior Grand Prix event. According to her bio, her first international competition, and she's coached by Angelina Tarenko. Skating to Palladio by Carl Jenkins.
Leyli Akundova from Azerbaijan, challenging performance.
Yeah, and you can see the stage of development where she is at. She has some elegant movements, there's no question. Not the strength and the power and the speed yet in her career. And the jump's a little bit hooked around, you know, not a lot of flow going through. But this is completely normal for junior at a certain stage. And here is a look. And no, I've got some more issues. That was the fall.
Interesting, though. You can tell so much even from the static shots. You could see air position was okay. You could see a little bit of pre-rotation on takeoff. You could see a little bit of the under-rotation afterwards. Each and every aspect of these jumping passes is so critical to the quality and consequently the grade of execution.
Yeah, you know, one of the hardest things for some of the athletes is how to stop rotation. Starting is one thing. We saw that on the double axel. Takes up, gets around. But stopping it, when do you pull it out? It's like pulling the parachute. If you pull the ripcord too late, kind of a splash, right?
Yeah,
So
don't pull the ripcord too late.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to open that up at a certain time, and you have to have a feel for that in the air. You're only in the air for 0.6 seconds max, and so that's not long. You can't be thinking about it. You got to be instinctive.
And interesting for Leila, when we look at her biography, she was born in Ogore, Yamaguchi in Japan. Her hometown is listed as in Berlin in Germany. She represents Azerbaijan, but she trains in Italy with Angelina Terenko. So a skater who's, a kind of child of the world, and I'm sure perhaps with just a little bit more consistency and stability and time, then she has the ingredients to be successful on this stage.
We haven't talked about this a lot yet today. We did last year. Is it's not all equal. Some of these skaters are in very small rinks. Some of them have an hour a day, they might have 3 hours a week, who knows, compared to other skaters that have, ample ice, ample coaching, ample off ice.
Quality ice.
Everything. So in juniors, probably the competition level that has the widest space between services provided.
Oh, completely. And when obviously we look at the Senior Grand Prix, which is a seeded event, then the likelihood is that most of those athletes will train in optimal situations. These skaters not so. And
this is the reality. I mean, what you're watching today, not only today, on Junior Grand Prix, always, is the reality of competitive figure skating. The start of some, somewhere are midway through their career, some are not here in juniors at the end of their career, but certainly at the beginning.
And it's interesting because Leila has the most beautiful costume, and the skaters, all the skaters are presented looking wonderful. The hair's on point. They look the part.
Yeah.
What you can't buy as readily is just that time and that education.
Exactly. And that's one of the things that we talk about in your campaign too about Heart, is when people watch this, people who may not know much about the sport or don't care very much about other human beings, is be smart about what you are watching. Be intelligent to know this skater is not at the same level as a Mao Shimada, right? This skater may have the same, resources, and they're doing the very best they can with what they have.
And the ideal is that Leila comes away from this supported, promoted, and inspired to transcend this experience to bigger and better and more joyful ones in the future.
Absolutely. It's one of the things that, even the assessment, even what we're talking about, takes maturity to understand that, because it's so, as a human, we're so quick to criticize, because that's the easiest thing in life to do. I don't like that outfit, or I don't like this, I don't like that. That is so simple and everybody can do it. But to actually go past that criticism and understand a little bit more in depth where an athlete or a person is at in their stage of life, or the circumstances that might be around it that we don't have. We talked about the Ukrainian skaters, right? Gosh. To understand their situation. So, for those listening that do participate in social media, please, look in the mirror and think, would you like people analyzing your life who don't even know you, right? So, we hope that these athletes are supported at whatever level and stage of development they're at. So, what's going on out there? There must be a problem. I don't even see any judges' scores in this. Okay, we're rambling on. You want to ramble some more?
I can always ramble.
Yeah, you are a rambler.
I can give.
Do you remember the old cars, Ramblers?
No.
Okay, I'm really old. So those folks out there that, oh my God, he knows what a Rambler is, right?
Leila, I don't think we'll know what a Rambler is.
No. Well, you'll know it. It's you. Okay. But as far as a car goes, it was I don't know what kind of brand it was, but it was called the Rambler, and my grandmother had it. And I got the car, but I was driving a granny's car at the age of 18. Not good, not a good look.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. There's the hearts. Yep, another set.
Oh,
beautiful. She's got it.
Wow.
That's amazing. I didn't see that reverse hand.
I've never seen that, Leila. So that's an indication as to the Shape Hearts campaign that we're working on. And the skaters actually have encouragement to shape hearts back in the Kiss and Cry for the social media streams, and we'll be releasing more details about that in the coming weeks. And the idea is just to promote positivity and kindness, and for that to transcend into the virtual space.
And to stand up against negativity and anger, for frustration, for whatever it is, just stand up against that. You may not change those people, that's fine, but you can stand up to it. And you bring your kindness to other people, with your family and your friends and your competitors and all of that. And that's what this on the Junior Grand Prix is. That's what your campaign is about here, ISU's campaign. And I salute it. I believe in it very much, because that's what the basis of what we do in the Junior Grand Prix.
And the athletes themselves might not be, because skating is competitive, it is solitary, and so there are occasions when some ice rinks and some competitions can be hotbeds for competition. That isn't always positive, and so in some ways the skaters might not be aware of the abuse unless they've been targeted by it, like Selma Seri Larsson, who last year was targeted by some online trolls. She stood up, she spoke online, and she spoke about it. This year we're standing up. But it may be for those younger skaters who haven't experienced the negative side of the trolling online, just good for them to promote, share hearts, just to make sure that the sporting arena, whilst it's competitive, doesn't need to be aggressive toward one another.
You don't listen to that stuff, and you don't listen to those people. You just go forward in a positive way, the best way you can. You'll have the negative moments for sure in life. It is life. Let's take a look at the scores. We think... There it is, 31.66, and that'll put Leila currently in the 24th position. Oh, it finally came up on our screen. So there was just a bit of a glitch there. That's the long wait as we move forward now. Representing Iceland, Mercedes Heba Guðmundsdóttir, daughter, 15 years old. And she's going to skate to a composition by former world champion pair skater Eric Radford, skating to Storm. I just wanted to say before you start, despite the stumbles and some of the problems of that program, very elegant, very beautiful. Really captured me to watch this program closely. Put the mistakes on one side and recognize the loveliness on the other side.
And for me, within the step sequence, it's a shame because the fall happened within the step sequence, but there were moments within the step itself, that element, where she kept engaging back to the judging panel, where she kept elongating her neckline, which were really special.
Yeah, I really appreciate her commitment. We saw another skater do that, commitment to the performance, even with mistakes. So we see right here the opening of the program, really patient with the choreography, which isn't always so with athletes. There's the double axel.
Oh, that was a
yeah,
shame.
because it was a pretty nice takeoff, good in the air.
That was so hard, wasn't it? The left back outside spiral into the loops.
And a nice little double flip there. Oh, just back hitting the heel.
Can't account for those ones.
Yeah, and you know, the moment that something like that happens, it's instantly disappointment, but sometimes the athletes are just able to park, get up quickly, and continue on. They might feel the disappointment a little more later. But yeah.
She'll relive that probably in her sleep tonight. But as you say, Ted, we're both entirely on the same page. Both of us, despite those frustrations for Seda Seba, both of us found aspects that were really delightful in it. Interesting, you have to look out for it in the free skate, Ted, I didn't mention, but Seda appears to have blades that are different to anybody else's. She has a company, Blade Science, a new company that have provided her blades, and they look a little bit different to everybody else's, so I'd be keen to learn a little bit more from Seda.
Well, how did you know? How did you find that?
I found it out on our social media.
Oh, I see.
Actually,
Mr. Researcher there.
Yeah, which is the opportunity for me to share with all the skaters that we're always happy to share your stories. So please feel free to get in touch and let us know.
Oh yeah, and we love stories like that because it gives you a little bit more insight to the athlete or specific items around, you know, where they're at, and you do such a good job of talking with the coaches, and the coaches send information, and sometimes the athletes or the parents do as well, and just to give you a little bit more background. So. And we hope that you'll send your questions and comments where you're watching from too.
Yes, we wanted to hear from you. We want to engage the skating community and the skaters. And I think, we now have score. That seems quick.
That's because we waited a long time. The other ones, 28.41 for Seda Seba. That's 29th position at this point of the competition. Okay, Mark, you grab that green paper because you've got to go through the list of videos that we will now present.
Yes, we have the chance now to look at a recap of World Ice Skating Day, which was so successful in 2023. We can look forward to World Ice Skating Day happening again this year on the 15th of December. And then a recap of the Yerevan Junior Grand Prix last year in Armenia. And then a chance to look at some backstage antics from Osaka and Budapest too.
Enjoy. We'll be back.
Happy World Ice Skating Day, everyone!
Ready for the last day, Mark?
I'm ready.
Let's go. Oh, that was awful. Let's go. That was pathetic.
Welcome to Osaka.
So scary.
Number 2.
it, and I like races.
Welcome back, everyone, to Riga, Latvia, group number 7 of the women's short program at the very first Junior Grand Prix 2024. I'm your host, Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty. Mark, you are so excited. You're just chomping at the bit here because you've got some questions of people online. So let's go.
Actually, we have a lot of questions.
Wow,
More
that's
questions
awesome.
than a warm-up can take. So
we're happy.
We're happy. We're grateful. Thank you to those of you who have reached out. Feel free to continue sending us any questions that you may have. So the first one coming in from @ALGLTU. What are the main differences between last year and this year in terms of elements? Well, I think every year there are tweaks and changes to the system that you were so influential in creating, Ted. I think this year the biggest difference, particularly for the single skating that we're watching now, is the fact that they can only do 2 difficult variations in any spin. Now that might sound absurd to those that don't know the sport and don't live the sport, but it just forces the skaters to use different types of feature within the spins.
Yeah, and it makes it a little bit more difficult to get the level 4 because you don't have as many tools in the tool shed, kind of. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, and you have to learn different aspects, and so in order, and that was the one great thing about the system, is that it allowed to have a sliding scale to increase the difficulty as skaters begin to master it, which they are. I mean, look at the ice dance. When do you not see level 4?
Oh, right? Yeah. So, and it's interesting now that as we watch this event, we've seen lots of skaters having to work with those new criteria. Now, whether you're an avid fan that can recognize that or not, what I think I see already is that skaters might be attaining level 4, but if they are, the grade of execution is lower because they're having to attempt things that they haven't had comfortably in their repertoire, as we saw last season when the rules had stayed the same for a while.
Yeah. Okay. Next question.
From @coco.cocos10. How do athletes?
A lot of cocoa in there.
Yeah. How do athletes do good at school and figure skating without sacrificing one another?
Well, you know what? That is difficult, but that is a a highly active person who has desires to be the best they can be in both of them and won't let one slip for the other. Now, that's not for every athlete, but there are many athletes at this level, and particularly in seniors, have that ability because you wouldn't be that good in skating if you didn't have that ability to focus on things. So generally speaking, that happens.
And I actually heard of a study which suggested that students who were fairly elite level sports people, when their parents or their pressure suggested that they abandon their sport during their exam time, it turns out that they did less well in their academic studies. So there's some studies to suggest that both left and right brain focus can enhance your studies as well as your physicality.
Not sure if that answers the question, but
no,
anyways.
From @laura.z.k, any quick tips for telling jumps apart? I've been watching for years, but can still only recognize an axel jump.
Mark Hanratty. Okay, you're going to see this in the basics of skating. We shot that yesterday, but not sure how long that, and it's really, really simple stuff. But Mark always says, don't get all confused by how beautiful his toe turnouts are. Just watch the basics of the jump. We sort of cover that. So hopefully that will help this viewer learn a little bit of how to recognize the difference in the jumps.
And what it will also do at laura.z.k is help you to appreciate even more the athletes that you're watching when you see my version. Anyway, so in terms, next one from @_Yuki_skate. What is the strong point of Alina Goidina, who is in this group and we have referenced, I think perhaps already earlier in the feed, based on the strength of the practices that we've seen?
And what the question was? What
the question was? What are her strengths? What are the strong points of this skater?
Well, this skater is very, very quick into rotation. So I'm going to jinx it for sure. For her, is that her consistency in the practice sessions, at least, was so solid because if you're quick off the ice and into tight rotation position where your ankles are glued together and your back and spine is straight and strong, the chances of you making a mistake have been greatly diminished. Along with other qualities, wonderful qualities in this skater, and you'll see that. So I don't want to talk anymore. Let's give her a chance to show that. Exactly, yeah.
I don't think. You know what? I'm not going to ask that one. So
Okay.
you'll just all have to wonder what that
You got to
might
filter
be.
those.
So the next one, actually, a couple of pertinent and poignant ones regarding the Feed It present from at annie.ssch and also from nyj.en. Where's the grade of execution block and why did the component scores stop appearing? So I think you're pertaining to the graphics on screen.
Yes, we've just had an indication we had a problem with that, so that is off at the moment. I'm not sure if we'll see that in this next group, but they've had some challenges and they're working on it.
And just for those viewers that are watching that don't understand, hopefully throughout this week of skating and throughout certainly the Junior Grand Prix as a whole, you will hopefully start to be more and more aware of the top left-hand corner of the screen, which gives a little bit of feedback as to what the judges think of each of the skaters' elements. When
Yeah, you're going to get an idea if you watch that box after every jump or spin, whether there's a plus added score because of the quality is good or a minus. I'm not sure if the boxes are red or green on this.
Yeah, red if negative.
Red if negative and green if positive. And then what's the color if it's
grey?
Grey if it's neutral. Well, that's kind of good. Yeah.
Oh gosh, that's a long, complex one. We've only got a minute left.
No, we don't. I think they're getting off the ice now.
Okay. So, well, thank you for these questions. And, we'll come back to them.
Yeah, excellent. Keep them coming. That's awesome. I could fill up the warm-up sessions with those. It's awesome. Okay, this next skater in practice session, we both comment on this. This is a really beautiful program. We wish her the best. We hope she has a good, solid program, but the choreography is outstanding. 16 years old, Ikura Kushida from Japan, 3rd Junior Grand Prix season, 2 4th-place finishes last year, 5th place at Junior Worlds, coached by Mia Hamada. She's choreographed by Caitlin Weaver, a great ice dancer from Canada, who's doing some brilliant work, and we recognize that as we saw this program yesterday. Enjoy. Wow. You know, Mark, the brilliance of a choreographer is not only in the movement that they create, but convincing the athlete to do it the way it's intended to be done. And this young woman, beautiful choreography, no question, but I'm pretty sure she did it to the level that Caitlin Weaver designed it and meant it to be. So Caitlin brought that out in her as well. Just outstanding.
Well, upon watching that, if I see any better pieces of composition and choreography and presentation on the circuit, senior and junior, than that this season, I'd be impressed. I thought that was really, really brilliant. And not easy music either.
No, and you know, naturally at the beginning of the program, she was a little bit more, you know, got the technical elements to do, but wow, when she got going, it was just spectacular. All the small little details, and we picked some of that up in the see that little flick of the hand? That was awesome. Triplettes gets the free leg a bit wide, but gets up into the triple toe, gets that done successfully. Here's the double axel. Great flow off the end of the edge, no problem. Solid landing. Look at the leg kick with the arms over the head. Don't know what I did with that replay. There's the triple flip a little bit later. Look at these toe steps and these arms down the ice. That was just spectacular. And so much ice coverage. Sorry, I'm talking too much.
Well, no, I mean, you could talk endlessly about the quality of this performance and this detailing that's evident within it. Just the use of the head, the neck, the hands, the arms. There's so much seeming attention to detail, and you just have to assume, when I talked to Caitlin a little bit about the construction of this program and her work with her, but I can't imagine that there's immeasurably more time between the athlete and the choreographer. But Ikura, like you say, has totally embraced and utilized that connection time that she had with her choreographer to maximize everything. And it's we have an insight into the components being put out, but for me, the presentation and the composition of this program was the best of the event. Maybe not necessarily the skating skills, but I would perhaps not be in line with the judges' inputs. But anyway.
Really?
But hey.
Yeah,
that's
no,
where we enter into subjective realms.
No. But this is brilliant. Here's 66.36, and that will put Akira Kushida into second place. So Mia Hamada and Teen are sitting, for the moment, first and second. There it is. Wow, that's so much fun.
So much fun. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Caitlin. And Ikura.
And the team.
You need the team. Yeah. Okay, our next skater from Kyrgyzstan, Diana Kim, 15 years old. According to her bio, this is her first Junior Grand Prix international competition.
Diana Kim from Kyrgyzstan completes her short program in Riga.
And an interesting thing, Mark, is this young woman skates only 6 hours a week in Bishkek during the practice of the high season. And so, you know, you can see, and we've talked about this, the difference in standard. We just saw Akura from Japan skating, you know, cross ice with speed and all this, but they're skating a lot more. They have a lot more facilities and time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also, as we watch some of the replay of Diana's performance, the top 2 women at the event, as we see this double lutz, which unfortunately had a leg wrap and a fall, top 2 women both trained together. Here's the double flip. And so, as I was watching Diana attempt this single axel, I was thinking, of course, that she will be working on the double axel, and she'll be conscious and mindful of the need to include more difficult jumping passes. But if Diana trains in an environment where people aren't doing it, I think about when I was learning double axel, and there weren't many people around me doing it in that rink, and it's a bit of an absurd thing to do with knives on your feet to try and jump up, turn 2.5 times in the air. It's a bit crazy. But if you're in an environment where, like, the top 2 Japanese women are, where everybody's jumping triples, then it diminishes the enormity of the objective. Whereas
I'm not going to hire you to promote figure skating. Okay, it's a bit crazy.
It's nuts.
With knives
Absolutely
on your feet.
nuts.
Anyways, yeah, no, you can see, and you know, just the speed and momentum is such an asset for skaters, but you have to get comfortable with that, and that takes hours and hours and hours of just skating skills. It does. Let's take a look at the scores for Diana. 18.85, and that'll put Diana Kim currently to 33rd place.
Good to see a nice smile and a wave and the kiss and cry from Diana.
Our next competitor represents Latvia, 16-year-old Nikola Fomichenkova. 55.79 personal best, earning that in the Riga Cup 2 years ago, 2022. 13th at Junior Worlds in 2023. We'll skate to Sparkling Diamonds by Nicole Kidman.
Well, a return to form of sorts for Nikola Fomchenkova from the host nation. A skater who 2 years ago had such great success medaling at international events. 13th, as you said, Ted, at the Junior World Championships. But a more challenging year last year. She matures. And great to see then that despite a bit of a sticky landing on the flip, on the whole, much better performance.
Well, what a fun opening. You'll see this. I think you weren't watching maybe the beginning, but you got to watch this because there was a lot of personality right off the top of the program. She was committed to that character, to that theme, to the rhythm, and did a great job with that. Let's take a look here. Right in here, we have some nice animation. That's great. Awesome start. And here is the triple Lutz. Nice, solid, clean on the landing into the double toe loop. Triple flip, this was a little bit more problematic. A little bit of a alignment problem on the takeoff with the toe placement. There's the double axle. Comes around the corner, but good save. And look at the commitment.
So committed. And I remember being here 2 years ago and seeing her, and she was wonderful in the practices at that event and skated incredibly well too, and that was the place in which she secured some of her best ever scores. But it is challenging to maintain that consistency, especially as we grow. And
yeah, absolutely.
But what I'm quite impressed to see is that despite the challenges of last year's results, is that she's still with Ekaterina Platonova, that not the coach is stuck by her, she's stuck by the coach.
Yeah.
And that's wonderful.
Patience while you grow and while you change. You have a person that invested a big part of their time in bringing you up through those times, those years. Give them the chance to help you through those difficult times. But sometimes the coaching change is necessary.
Yep.
But oftentimes it isn't, and you have to trust time and experience. Let's take a look at the scores. Well, 55.79 is her personal best. This is 46.81. That step out on the flip it was, I think.
Yep.
Nikola. And there it is. Puts her currently into 14th place. Our next competitor represents Estonia. Alina Goidina, 14 years old, this year's senior Estonian champion, and a solid 11th place finish at Junior Worlds last year. Coached and choreographed by Sergei Romanov. 63.03 personal best, earning that at the Junior Worlds last year. Starting the program, skating to kill the target.
I love the fact that Lina Gaidina showcases her joy at that performance. She's been just relentless in the practice and the pursuit of consistent triple-triples. So much repetition on the ice here in the practices, and she's managed to deliver it when it counted, despite having a less than optimal warm-up, which included more falls than I'd seen all week.
Really? In the warm-up?
Yeah.
You were paying attention because I didn't see that. Really? Okay. Yeah. No, and that consistency, you can trust your training. As we see the start of the program here, just laying down, you can see her breathing heavy, you know, at the top of the program.
And such originality, even.
Yeah. There's the triple flip. Nice, solid landing into a little falling leaf. And the double axel good right off the end of the edge. Some pretty good flow with this triple-triple combination. This is really nice. Look at the distance across the ice. Tight ankles in the air. Fast in rotation all the way around. And one more time.
And again.
And again. I only pushed the button once. I don't know what happened.
Good to see what kind of creative execution the judges would be inclined to give that. So they're looking for very good height and very good length in both parts of a jump combination.
Yeah.
Good takeoff and landing and a level of effortlessness throughout. So I think it'd be at least a +2, +3 on that triple-triple.
Let's see what we have. We have a, not quite a +2 or +3.
Oh, I was more favorable.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not a judge. It's a good thing for all.
But nicely done.
And amazing to think that Alina had a fracture in her leg last August, so we missed seeing this athlete last year, but the quality now even more
Well,
splendid.
62.05 will put Alina Gaidina of Estonia currently into 4th place. And there is a look at your top 5 skaters in the event so far. Our next competitor represents Sweden. 16-year-old Alexandra Odman. This is her first Junior Grand Prix season. She is the Swedish junior champion, coached by Ella Magnusson and choreographed by Andrea Ventura. She will start the short program skating to the Swan by the Academy of St. Martin in the field.
Sweden's Alexandra Oddman. She celebrates her 17th birthday next week, and it's interesting, Ted, I was just quickly scanning on the skating scores. I don't think she's attempted triple flip in competition before, so I'm not quite sure if that was the intention or not here, because she's such a good quality skater. And
well, on the planned program sheet, it has triple flip, but it doesn't look like she was preparing for it.
Yeah, and
I'm not sure though.
Executive decision maybe not to do it. But despite whatever happened with the jumps, quality of skating skills and a step sequence that showcased real quality of blade control and run of the edge, which the judges should reward in the skating skills.
Here's the double axel riding off the end of that running edge. A little stiff on the landing. You see a little snow flying up there. That's a GOE issue. Here's the triple toe loop. Nice and straight and tight in the air. Patient in between. Gets down and up into the second triple toe loop. That was well done. Here's the double flip. You can see that free leg went lifted up. It might have been going into a triple, but she pulled it out into a double. There's a beautiful Ina Bauer coming into the final spin, the sit spin. A little bit of a travel to start with, a little jump in there. That sit spin is a level 4, so she gets 4 features. And with a difficult exit, sliding on your knees and trying to be dainty at the same time. Not easy.
Not easy. And it's a difficult piece of music to use, the Swan. There are so many references to great, beautiful skaters throughout the history of our sport that have done it. But I thought that as she proudly waved her Swedish skating jacket, Alexandra did a really good job, and kudos to all those involved. Andrea Vaturi, choreographer, is such a charismatic man as well.
Yeah, lovely.
And it's interesting when I look up, we don't have a huge array of different results to draw upon for Alexandra internationally, but at the Swedish Nationals last December, she had a short program score of 54.08. Internationally, she's only ever been in the 30s for the short program score. So a skater who perhaps hasn't been able to put down a showcase of their quality in competition akin to what they've done in practice, and I think this plays the best.
Maybe she's able, but she just hasn't done it yet.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Let's take a look at that score for the short program here. It's a 47.42 for Alexandra Oddman from Sweden. 14th place. And there is a look. Again, we see 2 Japanese, 1 Korean on the podium so far. That has been the theme of the Junior Grand Prix for a number of years, of course. Our final competitor represents Latvia, Miramami Sosina, 13 years old, brand new to the Junior Grand Prix, no international competitions. She'll skate to butterfly.
Well, what a moment for Miriama Sasina, the final skater in this opening Junior Grand Prix of the 2024 series. Young 14-year-old who made the word spirited in her performance.
Yeah, really kept that character going all the way through the program. It was really cute and did some nice things as well. I can see the level of stage of development that she's at, not mastering all the most difficult elements at this stage, but some pretty good skating skills, some good performance skills.
And Olga Kovalkova, the coach, ringside, taking some video footage, and I think that of her coming off the ice, just capturing a moment for her student, but also the human, as she leaves the ice. It's a big hug.
Lovely. There's the commitment of coach to athlete.
This is wonderful.
Yeah, beautiful. See some nice little bracket steps right off the top of the program with some nice hand movements. Here's the double axel. A little bit scratchy on the back edge. Gets it done, but we'll lose some GOE points, some quality points. Here's the double Lutz, double toe loop. In the plan program it says triple Lutz, but maybe not there yet.
Good chance to see the work within the step sequence, trying to accrue the highest of levels.
A little handstand there. I always wonder why they don't slip a little bit more in that.
I know. Actually, that one looked like a good save.
Yeah. And you can see the brightness on her face, her eyes, like thrilled with that. That was fun.
Oh, wow.
Now we get a bear or hippopotamus. I'm not sure what it is.
You can tell she's the home athlete there.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
And
that's cute.
And, you know, we have to say kudos and thanks to Coach Olga and the team here, because this venue in Riga hosts so many international competitions, the Volvo Cup, another one, and they do such a wonderful job in promoting skating and using. It's not easy to put on events of this standard in this
long hours. Let's take a look at the score. 36 points for Miramama. And that'll put her currently in 25th place. There is the look at your top three. As we mentioned, two Japanese, Mao and Akira. Beautiful skaters. Nayeon from Korea sits currently in third place. Some other really good skaters, some of them didn't have their best performances, but you can see some of the qualities. As we take a look at the final standings in the short program, first event, day one here on the Junior Grand Prix. Well, that concludes the coverage of the women's short program here in Riga. Up next will be the pairs short program, followed by the men's short program as well. Lots more action coming your way from Latvia. Stay with us. We'll be back with the pairs short.